and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the FIDE World Cup. Today is the day of round 6 tiebreaks in the open section. We've got Sam Shankland facing off against Karjakin, and we've got 2 decisive matchups and games in the women's section. Those are not tiebreaks. That is game 2 of round 6. I'm Grandmaster Daniel Rensch, and it is a pleasure to be commentating today with, of course, the legend, former women's world champion, Grandmaster Ho Yifan. Yifan, it's a pleasure to be commentating with you again. I heard you won a tournament in the last couple of days. How are you feeling?
Hi, Daniel. Nice to see you again. Yeah, actually, I've just finished a tournament in China yesterday. So today I just got back home. So it was the national games. So, it's kind of, let's say, general games, but chess also was kind of the sport, but for the public. So, for example, we have the section for professionals, but we also have the section for the amateurs. So I think I had a kind of decent one according to the result, because we have, let's say, 3 different formats: the Swiss, the round robin, and then the final matches with knockout with the top 4 players who qualified.
Well, congratulations to you. That sounds like another victory and a string of very many, of course. And several players will be trying to score victories today. Let's quickly go over the rules for the tiebreaker. Now, again, it's important to clarify, we have only the tiebreaker in the open section and then regular classical games in the women's section. So we'll be reminding everybody of that throughout. But the players draw for colors. The time control is not 5+3, it's 25+10 at first. If that's tied, you have a time control of 10+10 for the second tiebreaker. And then finally, a time control of 5+3 for the third tiebreaker. Maybe the match was rigged, and maybe this is a sign that Shankland-Karjakin is going to go to the 5-minute portion. Yifan, I'm going to put you on the spot. Any predictions for the tiebreaker? I mean, Sergey has to be the favorite. Do you think anything crazy is going to happen?
Well, it could be. I mean, clearly Sergey is a favorite, especially in tiebreaks. And also, we shouldn't forget that he had a nice fight back yesterday. After losing his first match, I thought Shankland also showed some great performance. But according to their previous performance about, let's say, chess in faster time control, Sergey is a favorite. But already the tournament is, let's say, quarterfinals, right? And all this mindset and other factors might affect the player's performance. So we'll see. But also Sergey had the good, let's say, tiebreak performance in the previous round. So we'll see how things going on. It might have some very interesting games.
For sure. And I believe you mentioned Sergey's previous tiebreaker. I believe he beat MBL. Don't quote me on that. As we take a look at the bracket, yes, he did beat MBL. Who is a very serious rapid player. So Sergey making a pretty big case for himself. Sam Shankland will not go gentle into that good night. But we're going to see, we've got 3 games. They're all going to be fascinating. Of course, Alexander Kosteniuk against Tan Zhongyi and Karjakin against Muzichuk. 2 fascinating matchups in the semifinals of the women's section. We will be following that very, very closely. Yifan, as we take a look at the bracket, all of these players are very familiar to you. And all of them, for the most part, are very, very experienced. But Karjakin, she has to be the favorite, right?
Yeah, and actually you point out a very good point, because only Karjakin, I didn't play with her before in any series chess games. Let's say the classical ones. We only play on rapid, probably online only. So I'm much more familiar with other 3 players, as we played a lot in many different events. But the young Russian girl, I mean, we didn't face each other very often, but clearly according to her performance and also her rating, she's a favorite.
Indeed, Alexandra is over 2,600 in live ratings, so we'll be following her game carefully. And we're going to go on our traditional break. When we return, well, we've got fascinating matchups in both the open section and the women's section. Don't go anywhere. Seatbelts fastened. We see the players taking their seats. Game's beginning in a couple of minutes. We will be right back in a few. And we are back. The games are about to begin. You can see Sergey and Sam taking their initial positions, handshakes, clocks have started. They are off, and Yifan, Sam has a pretty big uphill battle to climb, as we see 1c4 on the board. And
I'm so sorry.
No worries. So we have a Catalan here, and Yifan, I was just saying that I think Sam has a pretty big uphill battle. What do you think his approach is going to be? I imagine he has to play aggressively with the white pieces. I think this is his chance, right?
Yeah, but seems like he has a solid strategy because from the opening we have seen that it's some typical Catalan with the Queen C2, A6, A4. It is very popular recently. I mean, in recent years, and Sergey clearly has a lot of experience here. I'm not so sure about Sam's repertoire, but this line just without many risks, but also, let's say, hard to win if black is analyzing well with some nice defensive structure.
Yeah, it's incredibly solid. I faced it a couple of times. And Yifan, you're talking specifically about this move A4, which one could say has replaced Queen takes C4 in popularity recently. I mean, the idea is obviously to stop B5. Black can still play B5, and sometimes I think he does, but I don't know these positions very well. I mean, I think black usually goes like knight BD7, and Sam is going for a very long, drawn-out positional game. He managed to outplay Sergey in one of those positions, one of those dry kind of technical positions, which was quite amazing given Sergey's reputation as, very, very strong defensive player. He's hard to beat.
Yeah, exactly. And that was a very instructive end game skills in the first one. But here, by the way, I thought it was occurred in a couple of games of the previous rounds in the World Cup this year.
This particular line.
Maybe twice or things like that. And all black chooses 97 H6 with later the idea of some Queen D6, Rook D8, sometimes push A5, just maintain here.
Yeah, the question is always, do you allow white to go A5 and sort of fix the structure, or, does black go A5 himself? Maybe A5 is a little premature. I mean, I don't think this is that dangerous. It's not like white plays A5 and black can resign.
Yeah, it seems like Sam wouldn't go for A5 because he already got the chances, but he decided to go for E3 and maybe later on Queen E2, Rook D1, and some E4 in the future. Because A5 could be double-edged, right? Sometimes it could be a weakness. Sometimes it just fixes the back structure.
Right, and the B5 square, you're absolutely right. The pawn itself and the B5 square could become weak, so maybe Sam is not orienting himself toward a different plan. I mean, I like A5 for black here. I always felt that black is slightly worse in these positions despite the two bishops, in part because white has the clearer plans. You just pointed out a very good plan, Yifan, of Queen E2, E4, Rook D1, and in rapid games, part of the psychological edges, or I should say practical edge, should be given to the player with the easier task creating plans because you don't have much time.
Yeah, maybe black could try A5 bishop B4 in case to stop E4, because after the bishop on C6 could become a problem, right? Because after B6 you got the C6 square after knight E5. Otherwise, this bishop on C6 seems a bit, badly placed.
Yeah, it's neither, and it can obviously it can fall under D5 with tempo later. And we can see Sergey is taking the first, relatively big think of the game, and I think that's a clear reflection that the opening has gone in Sam's favor. I don't think we can talk about anything major. And there's your move, Queen D6, and you found Rook B1. Woo! Classic Sam. Of course he knows it. So preparing before.
This is a very unusual plan. Normally we do not put the F1 rook to the B file. So it seems white wants to provoke A5.
Yeah, definitely. And then the question would be, does he just go Rook C1? Or you mentioned knight E5 here, right? Because the B5 square now becomes a weakness. So maybe something like this. Knight b5 is sort of a semi-threat, so black can try c6.
Yeah, this kind of structure, black needs to defend, accurately.
Yeah.
And it depends. Sometimes white would prefer to keep the light square bishop instead of the knight to play the different color bishop position. And while others probably prefer to keep both of the knights over the board. So maybe there's some difference.
Yeah, it's hard to make these structural determinations in a rapid game. Obviously, very committal to trade bishops. So we'll see if Sergey plays a5. Let's check into the openings in the two women's section games. We have a Grunfeld in Karjakin and Muzichuk. I mean, this is just a mainline Grunfeld after 92, presumably. Alexander taking a little bit of time here. I'm not aware of any alternatives, Yvonne, to 92. Are you? There it is.
Yeah,
so this is
battle. Yeah.
Castles, and then black has a million different approaches there. So we'll check back into this game, when it becomes clear which line Anna is choosing. They're still deep in theory. And a more, less orthodox position in Kosteniuk against Tan Zhongyi.
Petrol.
Okay. And this c4 move, which I've seen before.
Yeah. With the idea to prevent b5.
Right. It's a weird looking move because it looks like it blocks in your bishop, but as you point out, it's got a very specific idea. Knight c6, d3. And after knight f6, I guess white plays d4.
But here after d5, I'm not sure this version is super happy for white.
Yeah, this doesn't look that impressive, honestly.
Well, but still, she probably will play in this way because otherwise not too many of ideas.
Yeah, okay. And Alexandra immediately playing d4. And I find it hard to believe that black will do anything but d5, because allowing white to play d5, maybe it's not so dangerous. Maybe you can play bishop e7. But why give white the choice, of potentially playing d5? Although after knight e5, I think black is quite fine here.
Maybe not necessary to go for this,
Yeah, just d5. And I wonder what Alexandra has under her sleeve here.
Not sure. There might be some transpositions because we can reach to the same position with many different move orders. So for example, like French e takes d5, and then knight f3, knight c6, c4, knight f6. But normally white do not try c4.
Yeah, I only know, oops, sorry. That's a different line entirely. I only know one grandmaster who plays this regularly. There's a Latvian GM, Normans Mizis, who's, about 2,500, but he's played this line religiously for many, many years. And I think he actually plays, he plays it through a different move order entirely, c4, e6. And it won't let me, I guess e4, e6 we can just play, and then c4. C4, d5, and then sometimes he even takes twice. So you get this type of weird IQP where black has a pawn on c7, whereas in the Caro-Kann, usually black has a pawn on, e6. So it's this very unique position as Tan is contemplating her next move.
Yeah, she has to decide whether to push d5 or not. Clearly, seems like she's preparing something against d5, but let's say, little tries. Oh, she
should be 7 played.
Okay, like Daniel, you recommended.
Yeah, she's listening to the commentary. Yeah, let me make sure not to recommend any blunders, though. Sorry, Yvonne, didn't mean to interrupt you. What were you saying?
Yeah, maybe I'm actually thinking probably here white is also not obliged to push d5. She probably could also go knight c3 and bishop e2. Well, depends on her, let's say, continuation after d5. Oh, she plays d5.
She played quickly too, which is interesting. Tells me it's still preparation because this is a pretty committal decision.
Knight e5, we'll see.
Yeah, for sure. Somehow I don't think she's going to play knight a5. Yeah, this is slightly unfortunate. Yeah, knight e5 for sure. And then very interesting structure.
Maybe bishop e2?
Yeah.
Those
E5
castles.
played. Something like this.
Yeah,
And
that's probably better. No.
yeah, well, it's got a very nice center. Black is a little crap. Black is incredibly solid, no targets, but this kind of space advantage can be annoying to play against. And Alexander playing bishop e2 immediately. So she seems to be still deep into her preparation. Pretty successful opening. We'll see how this unfolds. Let's swing back for a moment to the Shankland-Karjakin game.
No, okay. I thought A5.
I think A5 was played. I'm going to refresh just to see what exactly happened. Yes, A5, Queen E2 has happened.
Still got the idea of E4.
Yeah, E4 is actually, I think, quite a serious positional threat in this position. Now,
but what happens if we do not include rook b1, a5 and plays queen e2 immediately?
so here. Yeah, these kinds of subtleties are so deep into the position. They're quite a bit beyond me. Yeah, I have no idea.
Some, let's say subtle ideas with the inclusion of rook b1, a5, probably like Daniel you mentioned before about this b5 square, most likely, but we'll probably know later what's in his preparation.
Now here's a simple question. I've seen in these positions bishop takes f3 and c6.
Okay.
And Sergey, I think he just took.
Yeah. He took on f3, bishop f3, then c6 has been played.
Yeah, they're definitely listening to the commentary.
Okay, so finally we got into the position that is very typical from this opening.
Sam with rook d1. But see, the problem now is that if I'm black, I'm not too worried about e4 for many reasons, one of which is queen b4 or even e5.
Exactly. After e4, actually, you just weaken your d4 pawn, and clearly it will be very unlikely you'll push e5. And of course, you wouldn't push d5. So I guess the other point probably also for black, who should not push e5 or c5 so easily. So maybe there's some, maintain in this kind of position on g6.
That's a bit of an odd looking move. I guess black wants to, finish the architectural decorations on the king side, as my coach used to say with h5. Gotta add the bells and whistles. Gotta add the navigation system to the car, and the proper fireplace has to be installed.
h4, h5 has been played.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a funny way to phrase it, architectural decor, because it doesn't necessarily impact the position, but both sides kind of agree, okay, we're going to take a little break, not on the commentary, but in the game, and we're going to make some improvements to our position. But it doesn't really change the nature of it, I think.
No.
This seems very drawish to me.
Yeah, white has some tiny hops, but after h4, I think a g6, h5 is a good plan for black, because I remember sometimes white can push some g4, h4, g5, exchange to the opposite color bishop with knight e4, then f4, just like slowly developing. But after g6, h5, it's already very hard to expect how white going to develop through his let's say, pawn advantage on the king side and center.
Yeah, and I think one thing that's a great point about white being much less likely now to push pawns on the king side with black setting up this pawn cage. The other thing, Sam has to be very careful about not overpressing. He's obviously white. Karjakin is a beast with white. Sam is playing for a win. So, you have to play the position. It's easy in such positions to, fall under the illusion that, you're not playing with any risk and, play e4 at some point, and your position can go bad even in such a peaceful situation. It's easy to make one of these sloppy moves, and people like Karjakin are pretty merciless at punishing them.
Yeah, that's a good point actually. So white shouldn't push too much. Okay, queen c2. Maybe solid some knight f4, knight d3 idea.
Mm.
But black will go 90 to 90 d5.
So let's say rook f8 played. Yeah, and this prevents knight f4, or at least basically prevents it. And also black's knight can head to b4. And slowly, it's not entirely clear who's now playing for that tiny pull. I mean, white should never be worse here, even if the knight gets to b4. White's got no targets.
Yeah, because black is nearly impossible to make any development unless white starts to do something first.
Knight e2 played. Called it. And Sergey's going to go knight d5, we think.
Yeah, knight e5. What about e4 then? Because in that case, knight goes to b4, stuck in there, and maybe some queen b1, e5, knight f4. Then it's rook to a3. Well, not sure.
Ooh.
But ideas.
Assemble the attacking forces. Maybe black should play e5 then at some point.
Yeah.
Sergey has made a move. Wait a minute. I might have been mistaken. I might have accidentally played it. No, knight e2, king g7 played.
Okay. Preventing knight f4, attacking g6. So maybe knight f4, knight d5. That's even better. Knight e3, knight b4. Not human.
So you're baiting white into going knight f4. And just to reiterate the point, knight takes g6 is now, of course, futile because the king defends that square. Knight d3, knight b4. And does the trade of knights, I guess the trade of knights takes any winning chances out of the equation for white. But also probably for black.
Yeah.
I mean, this just seems very drawish.
This game, yeah, will be a draw.
Yeah, and that would be a very successful result for Sergey, who's known for obviously his astounding abilities with the white. I mean, with both sides, of course, but this preparation with white has been fearsome in this tournament and in others.
Yeah.
So we'll see what Sam comes up with. King g2. So again, they're playing this cat and mouse game. Both sides trying to feel the other side out, try to get the other side to put their cards on the table first.
Yeah, I think some is just like keeping this time pressure and maybe waiting for some chances because, if black made some handy moves, things could suddenly be tricky. So we'll see.
Yeah, and as we have sort of a bit of a lull in the action, let's have a look at the Karjakin game and see if there's been any clarity there.
Is this still some theory?
So Anna with CD. So first of all, we should say that the main move I think is knight c6 or castles. But Anna taking and going knight c6, bishop e3, queen a5. I know next to nothing about the Grunfeld. I only play the King's Indian. I never push my pawn to d5. I've only played it once or maybe twice in over the board chess.
So you play King's Indian?
King's Indian, yeah, a lifelong King's Indian player. I ventured into the Grunfeld 2 times. One time I was facing Romain Edouard, French GM, and I was feeling really brave. So I thought, okay, Grunfeld. And I was 3 pawns down in about 15 moves. And I managed to swindle a draw, but I was scarred for life.
Very typical Greenfield.
Yeah, exactly. But as a King's Indian player, I wasn't too scared of being down 3 pawns.
Yeah, so maybe that's the reason I nearly never played the Greenfield in the series chess so far, as I play this all this d4, d5 or Queen's Indian, Nimzo Indian, like this kind of things. So I assume I wouldn't update very well for sacrificing 3 pawns and start to play.
Yeah, 1 sometimes you get in the Nimzo. Yeah, Nimzo is 1 sometimes you get, 2 in the King's Indian, sometimes you get 3. I was already getting scared. But to my knowledge, you found this line. I mean, you often see the queen on a3 in the Grunfeld, and the pawn imbalance that you see, 2-on-1 in the queen side and white's superiority in the center, that is common. I don't know if this position itself is that common. I'm seeing 22 games according to Chess.com's nifty opening explorer, which, by the way, everybody could use to follow along and see where the novelty occurs. And white generally castles here. The idea being, of course, this would be a huge blunder. Or actually, wow, here there's queen c5 apparently. Good to know.
Ah, there's still queen c5. Okay, interesting.
But white wins with bishop b4. Captures. It looks like that defeats the purpose of bishop b4, but no. Bishop b5 and he's still my beating heart.
f3, okay.
Yeah, oh, that's a very nice detail. Look at that line. Wow. So apparently white can castle here, and she just did. I don't know. I'm a little suspicious of Anna's position here.
For black, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think this queen on a3 is a little bit tricky because your knight was kind of frozen on c6 to keep an eye on b4 square, and you need to watch out of d5.
Yeah, d5 is a potentially serious threat. The queen could get trapped. I mean, if you go rook d8, d5, you have to go with this move queen c5 because after knight e5, bishop b4, I think the queen is trapped. So you have to go with this counter-attacking move queen c5 to attack the bishop and extricate the queen. But when you got to resort to stuff like this, your position starts to get very sort of, I don't know, precarious. But okay, I mean, we'll see how this game unfolds, but I'm a little bit scared for Anna's position here.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see the other game. We've got some moves here. Takes, h5, h3, h5. Wow.
Interesting. I wouldn't expect this one, but maybe Tan Zhongyi, she already felt some pressure if she keeps some normal moves. Therefore, she tries to create some chaos. But this h5 probably in favor to white, it feels like.
Yeah, it seems a little bit, a little bit panicky. Alexander very calmly playing h3 and stopping both bishop g4, knight g4. Bishop f5, knight c3, queen d7.
Oh, long castle. The plan, but that's super weird.
That's really dangerous, though. Oh my gosh.
What she's preparing for.
No, this is going to be a disaster if she castles, I think.
Yeah, all this knight 5, knight d4, knight c6 is coming well. I'm not sure if that's
my lands.
a7, knight c6 maybe.
Yeah, this is this is like those Morphy games with queen d4. And we're not taking the rook on d8.
Yeah.
As I like to say, in Russian chess game, they would kick you out of the building if you took that rook and gave up such a knight. So, yeah, so I don't know, Yvonne. Queen d7, I'm a little worried she's going to castle long, and if she does.
Yeah, but after h5, if you play short castle, I really thought this h5 just helps white, but maybe, you need to realize what would be the most objective, the best choice under the current position. I guess she wouldn't be happy to castle short, but maybe, still.
Yeah, it's a little embarrassing when you play h5 and castle short, but you got to ask yourself, we all have these moments. You come up with an idea, then you realize the idea fails. So as you say, you got to make the most of the situation, sort of swallow your pride and do whatever the position demands. And I think if Alexander plays bishop e3, a player of Tan Zhongyi's caliber, she'll definitely realize what's awaiting her on the queen side. And black doesn't have to castle immediately. I assume something like bishop g6 is not glamorous, but possible.
Or maybe a6.
You're still trying to get this to work.
Yeah, I think probably she went for this direction. I mean, I'm not so sure, but we all know this long castle. By the way, Alexandra just made a move. Is that bishop e3?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So now the big moment.
I guess we want to see long castle for sure, but bishop g6 or a6 moves like this will show the different signals.
Right, exactly. a6 will show that, okay, black is trying to get on castle to work because she's stopping knight b5. Bishop g6 will show that she's defending h5 and preparing to short castle. That's funny.
Yeah, but after bishop g6, maybe, you know, even castle knight e2 knight f4, as we see in the Sam's game, the similar might occurs. But you will have bishop e4 maybe. I'm not sure if here this is the best option.
Yeah, this is a nice move to try to, you know, get in there before the gate closes. So maybe white can also, you know, kind of tread water with a centralizing move like bishop d4, rook e1. But we'll definitely, I mean, this is a big decision, and we'll keep a close eye on what Tan Zhengyi decides on doing, where she decides to castle, or if she decides to castle. But very concerning opening, and very concerning position for Black here. Back to the Sam game, and we see action just as we tune in. Yifan, e4 comes.
Okay.
And what do you make of this?
Yeah, how about e5? Oh, no, sorry, just.
Then, because yeah. So just to show, the point is he takes f6, and Sergey shouldn't have put his king on g7. If his king was on g8, this would work. So maybe he missed it, but is it that dangerous? Yeah, so rook cd8.
Not sure, maybe not, because next move is e4, e5.
Yep, he's put a bishop on b4. So not much happened since we switched to the other games, other than Sergey placing that bishop on b4. And now he's preparing e5. And if white plays e5, which maybe Sam should, even though it gives up the d5 square, because the fact that the knight is there doesn't tell the whole story. I mean, white could take it and go knight f4.
Rook takes, knight f4, rook d7.
Right. And I'm thinking in your, you know, you suggested something like this, and you infected me with the spirit of some craziness.
Then played knight f4.
Immediately, okay. Yeah, but now e5.
To stop e5, because you'll have take, then knight d3 back.
Take. But maybe knight d3 here or after takes?
Maybe here, yeah.
Because if you take, then maybe black has this weird move. Knight c5, I don't know.
Queen takes f7.
Oh, yeah, I guess even there, I'm going to pretend I saw that.
No, but you still got the a4 square, so
I totally calculated that, yeah. But that's not really Sergey's style to allow something like this. And you're right, Yifan, I think knight d3 before taking the second rook might be even more dangerous for black.
e5. Okay, the question is, if black do not push e5. Oh, he play e5. Okay, so
ooh. I'm gonna pour some more tea. This is getting juicy. And Sergey is trusting fully his calculation, playing e5 pretty quickly.
Yeah, you know, maybe after rook d7, knight d3, just queen e7, because knight b4, queen b4, maybe this, you know, double pawns are not so concerned for black, as you got this weakness on a4.
Yeah.
e5, oh, again, I missed.
Oh, okay, so this is all happening, and Sam is about to play knight d3. This is exciting. Let's see what Sergey has calculated here.
Maybe queen e7, knight b4, a b4. That's probably the only option.
So we're expecting knight d3, queen e7. White also has e5 in that position, but maybe not dangerous due to knight d5. Sam with a big decision. Does he take the rook first and go knight d3, or immediately? Immediately. Yeah. And now Sergey will presumably move his queen. I assume he will not be engaging in any exchange sacrifices. Yeah. He called up Etienne Bacro and then decided to sack on d3.
Okay, queen e7 has been played.
Yep.
Seems like both players have full confidence about their positions.
Yeah, I get the same sense. It's like they're both playing relatively fast, given the complexity of the position. They're both trusting their calculation.
Yeah, because there are several crucial decisions after E5 because you just decided to change the structure. So normally players might, prefer to spend a little bit more time to guarantee that the position will be okay.
Yeah, definitely. And Sam has been working, a great deal with Grandmaster Jacob Aagaard, which, Sam has attributed to part of his success. Of course, to him belongs all of the credit for his incredibly hard work. But I think with Jacob, he's worked a lot on his calculation, and you can see that produced not only objective improvements, but also improvements in confidence. When you're in the zone and you're training, you're improving your skills, but you're also improving the swiftness of your decision-making ability. Because you feel like, I've already done that before in training, so this is just an extension of my training.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. Actually, both the factors, the training for the skills itself and the confidence are connected. If you lack of training, your confidence will reduce. And if you have more, you see more, then you will trust yourself more over the board.
Right, exactly. And Sam has now paused. And I imagine that he's deciding between E5 and knight takes B4. I don't see really any other compelling candidate moves. Maybe something slower, like, I don't know, queen C4. Just kind of maintaining the status quo could also be possible.
Yeah, it's possible actually, because I would first thought maybe black could go back bishop d6, but then we'll face queen c3 at different point. Oh, but then bishop d4.
So maybe we'll see a draw like this.
Oh no, knight b4, a b4, rook d7. BC.
Oh, but then BC, beautiful line.
No, that is interesting.
Well, first off, I think black has, but rook d1, there's maybe knight c6. And there's all sorts of desperado stacks. But the line you mentioned, Yifan, is a b4. Looks like white can play like this. Knight cannot take because of the pin. If the queen takes, then you relinquish the defense of the b4 pawn. But black all of a sudden takes bc and c2. But not cb, because then the rook is able to stop the pawn. So I guess the game continues here. White goes e5, but clearly black is winning. Knight g8.
Yeah,
Cool. Lots of hidden tactics in this position. It doesn't look very tactical, but because there's an open file and there's this, whenever there's a pawn that can be pushed at various points and a piece that can be captured, that gives, and there's e5.
Then play e5, yeah.
So is it knight d5 or knight g4? Probably knight d5.
Yeah, knight d5.
Yeah. Well, before we get a chance, we will keep an eye on this game. It's heating up, but we're going to go on our first break as we watch Sergey decide where to put his knight. We'll be back very shortly with more action from the FIDE World Cup. We've got things percolating in the tiebreaker between Sam and Sergey. We've got some interesting openings in the 2 games from the women's section. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere. More World Cup on the other side of the break. Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the FIDE World Cup. We are watching right now the first tiebreaker game between Grandmaster Sam Shankland and Grandmaster Sergey Karjakin. It was a pretty peaceful Catalan that's, heated up a little bit with an open file as both sides trying to posture for position. It's a very positional game, but now there's a lot of tactics involved. Yifan, what do you make of this latest development? E5, knight d5, and now the knight drops back to c7, presumably aiming for one of these squares.
E6, d4. Well, so I think it's a nice maneuver if it could achieve successfully, but I'm not sure about this current position. We need some calculation to see if white can, quickly achieve something.
So let's say takes. I think queen d6 might be a problem. So I imagine if black takes on d1, then there might be this. So that's out of the question. And if AB, I get the feeling the black's lost a little bit of control here if white finds a precise move in this position, such as queen
has been played. Which move? Is that queen c5? Yeah, Sam has
queen
just
c5.
played.
All of this has been played. Wow. Just as we're talking about it. Sergey's in trouble. He missed something.
He played queen d2. But we need some calculation. What is the things here?
Is there queen b6? I mean, that's the obvious move. Is there queen d6?
Yeah, queen d6 looks more fascinating to me, but maybe queen d6, black got knight d5. Is it possible?
It absolutely is, and that's probably the reason queen d6 is bad. I was enthralled with the line takes, knight d6. Looks like you've stopped the pawn, but after, okay, probably a5 is inaccurate, maybe even takes c6 immediately. And amazingly, I think the pawns promote. This is an incredible position. Knight c5, a6, look at this.
Yeah.
Pawns promote, overwhelming the knight. But of course, queen d6, there is this knight d5, and so probably queen b6 is the move.
Okay, queen d6 has been played.
Ooh.
Okay, so Sergey need to watch out. Do not go for this queen exchange.
Knight d5 seems forced.
Yeah.
Apparently white is winning. Now, I think the reason is bishop takes d5 and queen f6 and e6, and white just starts taking all the pawns.
Yeah.
And the pawn ending has to be lost, right?
Yeah, you have to take with the cd5. Oh my God, queen d6 has been played. Oh no.
Bishop takes c6 wins, and Sam has plenty of time to calculate it. Sam is, you can see the surprise. He's been taken aback by this. Sergey it's completely, and Sam bishop takes c6 instantly.
Almost captured the pawn. I think Sergey missed it.
Wow. Sam sees that he's hesitating,
Okay,
and there it is. That calculation training, it's paying off. Let me refresh real fast to get the latest position. But just the line we discussed, Sam is captured on c6. He's winning. And once again, Sergey. How winning is it after knight d8?
Ah, okay. At first I thought there's bishop b7. Oh, is there any bishop b7? Oh no, because you can play knight b7, d7, king f8, a5, king e7, a6.
Oh my goodness, look at this line. Oh,
then
d7, a7. Unbelievable. Now AB probably wins, but look at this is straight out of a study.
Yeah.
That's it. You see this sometimes in games, but it's quite rare. And this knight on b7 is in the worst possible place on the entire board.
Against the rook pawn.
Against the rook pawn, which is the worst pawn to play against because knights are not good at stopping rook pawns when they're passed.
Yeah, you do not have the minus a file.
b6 is the only move.
Yeah.
But
okay. Which move has
played it?
b6. Oh yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
Gotta do it. This is not actually that easy, I will say. It's not as easy as I think the engine is making it out to be, because you could conceive of a reality where white loses this pawn.
Yeah. Maybe bishop d5.
Mm-hmm.
f6, f4. Just cut off the king.
Very nice.
The king, the queen side.
Yeah, this whole cut off.
Yeah, queen d6 is a serious blunder actually for black.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, knight c5 seemed like it yields chances. But Sergey and Jenna, I think knight c7 was the move that lost control of the game. I think Sergey maybe didn't calculate accurately the transformation. You got a position like that, you got to calculate all the trades on every move, and that can be hard to do. And Sam,
well, but maybe because Sam played, relatively faster, he doesn't want to be, too much delayed on time. So he just decided to play some maneuvers.
knight c5, but now bishop b7 is winning, I think.
Oh, he played knight c5. Didn't he play the b6? No, he played b6.
Wait. No. What am I saying? Sorry. Because the board keeps not updating, so I keep getting mental interference. Of course, b6 has been played. This is the position. Knight c5 now.
Yeah, b3.
B3 and
8. Then king f3, king e8, king f4, knight d3. Okay, he played king f3 immediately. That's a good one. Actually, we do not need to keep the keep the a4 pawn. And also, if knight a4, white got king e3. No, knight b2, bishop b. Yeah, knight a4, d7. So he cannot capture the pawn. What I'm talking about.
d7 exists, so black will have to bring his king up to be able to. But even if so king f6 will presumably be played here. And then Sam can, I'm trying to figure out the best version of the position, because if you just play king e3, of course this is completely winning bishop, yeah, but you just vacuum up all the pawns. I don't want to allow a scenario where black captures both of these pawns, because even with, one set of passers, black can cause some problems with his knight. But we'll see what Sergey does. This is completely winning, objectively.
Okay, king f6.
Yeah, only move. And now a big moment, I think, for Sam to play precisely.
Yeah, but he do not have many options. Either king e3, well, you can not play king f4, so.
Maybe king f4 I actually think is possible. Knight d3, it's not advisable, but if you take the pawn, I'll go bishop b3.
Okay, finally this idea. Yeah, right.
But the problem is black will take on a4, and this move has been counterproductive. Like you don't need to be stopping king e5. That's not what white should be doing, because bishop f7 will follow in response to king e5.
E3 has been played.
Okay, do another refresh. b3, yeah.
Okay.
So king e5, I imagine. But this is just completely winning.
Yeah, maybe just a big bishop f7, king d6, king f4 is very safe. Avoid any calculations.
Yeah. And look at the domination exerted by the bishop and the pawn over the king and the knight, just slicing off black's pieces entirely.
Yeah. This is a wonderful play by Sam. Actually very clear and without any hesitation. Oh, g5?
g5.
Okay, maybe he's just making some moves.
Yeah. So I guess hg and bishop f7.
Yeah, I think both.
Sergey is defeated.
So we'll see if he can fight back next game with white, because he needs to win.
Yeah, and he's been in this situation before. Yesterday, I don't think he misses being in this situation. I don't think he anticipated being in it again. But Sam is playing with a kind of intensity and a kind of, fortitude and strength of calculation that's making it very hard for his opponents. He's not forgiving. And I think this is one way to discern good form. It's, act of not forgiving small inaccuracies, which seems naturally interwoven in his play. But that's when you know somebody's joined the ranks of super grandmasterdom. It's when like every tiny calculational inaccuracy is immediately punished with a lot of ferocity, which we've seen in Sam's play so far this tournament.
Definitely. And also, I think Sam improved a lot in his rapid and blitz play, especially rapid.
Yeah,
because, I think in the past years, I think I played with him back to maybe 2015. At that time, I don't think his rapid is as good as today. I mean, of course, let's say years passed, but still, there's a clear improvement.
I completely second that. I mean, I've played blitz with Sam for 15 years. I mean, ever since we both started to play. Of course, he's from the same, the same part of the U.S. as me. He's from the Bay Area, and we played in the San Francisco Chess Club since I was 8 and he was 12. And we were both rated 1300. And Sam, he was always a hard worker. He's not necessarily, blitz is not necessarily his specialty. As Sergey just resigned after king d4, the king walks up to c4 and takes all the pawns. But his rapid has improved tremendously, and his mental strength, I think he's done a lot of work in that regard too, and that's showing a lot, particularly in this match. And he wins the first game. Wow, what a result! As Sergey will have to win the second rapid game to stay in the match with the white pieces.
Yeah.
All right. So that game will begin presumably in right around 10 minutes. We'll be bringing that game to you when it begins. In the meantime.
Greenfield, bishop g4, bishop e6.
Wow.
Yeah, nice try.
Still prep? No.
This whole structure is very ugly.
Yeah, bishop e6, fe. Ew. The good thing is that the pawn stops d5.
Yeah, and you most likely will capture d4, but I'm just worried about if using d4 exchange with one of the pawns, either e6 or b7, black's position could be tricky, but depends on which way. Now this a3 queen is good because it restricts the white queen.
Right. Yeah, I don't know what to make of this, but if you look at the clock, Anna was 1 hour, 27 minutes to 56 by Sasha.
Okay. It's in her preparation, clearly.
Which is quite incredible to me. I mean, and yesterday, Anna also, if memory serves me right, showed some excellent preparation to get a big, I mean, she had a very big advantage. She was probably winning, but amazing defense by Karjakin, who is, that's one of her strengths. I mean, she fights back. She lost to Stefanova earlier and climbed back in that match, is winning 3 in a row. So she's very hard to bring down, even when all of the signs seem to be pointing in your direction.
Yeah. So that's clearly her strength.
And the other game, I know we're curious, where did Black castle? Black has not castled.
The same for white.
Yep, neither side.
By the way. Okay. And white plays a4. But why a4? Maybe just short castle.
I think maybe Alexander was preparing this, but I agree. I think it's a little artificial. I think just you don't necessarily need that. If Black castles, you even have queen d4, queen a7.
Yeah, and all this even I mean, there seems like too many options.
Yeah. And the problem with a4 is that c5 is a nice move.
Yeah.
And Alexander playing very positionally, but maybe a little too positionally, because it seems like Black has gotten some activity now. I don't know. Feels like the tide is turning just a tad.
A bit losing control. At least it's much better compared to Black castle long.
Right.
Well, maybe
now
she's
this pawn.
a4, knight b6.
Yeah, maybe Black will try d5. I mean, it's obviously bad, but at least for some activity. Who knows? I mean, also Black can castle at this point.
Yeah.
Knight b6. Of course, white is much better. We're not talking about Black being okay objectively, but practically speaking, it seems, I agree with you, that white has lost a little bit of control.
But still, there are many possibilities, especially when it's pawn h5.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a pawn that Zhang Yi will regret having put there. Yeah, if the pawn was on h7, the situation would be really much improved for black.
Yeah.
Rook b8 played.
Okay, so white still thinking?
White is thinking, yeah. And knight a4 would be the logical, the logical follow-up, but there's also queen d2. It's not entirely queen a4 also exists. So you've got some candidate moves to consider here if you're Alexandra.
Yeah, queen a4. I was thinking about this, but how about just short castle?
Oh, you mean?
Bishop 6? Yeah, after queen a4.
Mm-hmm.
Then
And queen e6.
Yeah, because this queen and the bishop are badly placed compared to f3 and d1.
Yeah, definitely. And if you play very materialistically, this looks terrible. Black's got a million ideas here. Queen e5, d5. This just doesn't smell right at all. Yeah, no, I mean, here, something like d5 even. Everything's sort of coming out here for black.
The punishment of not castling yet.
Right. Imagine if white gets mated in this game. We never thought of that scenario. We were only considering black's the danger of castling both sides for black, but maybe Alexandra has over procrastinated.
Yeah, maybe she 5 because a6 is kind of a little bit let's say a little bit unclear, like what's the idea. So that's a nice practical try.
I agree. And you know what? I think DC is maybe a practical inaccuracy, even if it's objectively fine. Maybe a5 here, castles, because here it feels like black has almost no play. b5 is almost unachievable. And you get this sort of bad Benoni structure with a pawn on h5, which is also good for white. After DC, the position opens up, black gets activity. It's not just about the engine evaluation. It's also about the trend of the game, which side is getting more which side is in control. And it just seems like black is breathing a little bit easier here.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you could even sacrifice one of the pawns to clarify, I mean, get into some theoretical end game with good drawing chances.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Yeah, so Alexandra is thinking after rook b8. She's got a lot of time, obviously. Let's go back to the Muzichuk game for just a second.
Bishop c1.
So queen a5 is probably going to follow.
Yeah.
Queen d6 is also possible. But apparently, we are being told by our very hardworking producer, Vic, that Karjakin has never beaten either Muzichuk's sister, for that matter, in any format.
Really?
So that is a pretty crazy statistic. I mean, you would think.
Yeah, that's maybe they played like just few games. Okay, they probably the candidates, but maybe not too much, But it's still like a surprised resort, like both sisters.
Right, but it's also maybe like saying, I've never lost to Magnus Carlsen in a classical game, conveniently leaving out the part that I didn't play him.
Well.
So I guess my question is, if Anna plays queen a5, could Alexandra be repeating bishop d2? Might she be saying, I'm not too happy with how this is going. Let's make a draw and go to tiebreaks?
Normally not, but that could be a strategical decision if she felt like her rapid chess is stronger.
Yeah, and maybe if she felt that the time disparity was dangerous. Anna is quite dangerous in these positions, very sharp. I mean, she's got a very sharp style. I feel like Karjakin prefers generally more positional play. So maybe, she feels that this position is closer to Anna's strengths. Now, obviously, I'm speculating entirely. And apart from that, Queen D6 is a possibility, so we might not see repetition at all.
I was thinking maybe she's hoping for some Queen A5, some future Queen B3. I'm not sure when, but maybe Bishop E6, F E6, and Bishop E3. Not so sure actually.
And by the way, unbelievable information. They've played actually 20 games, Karjakin against the Musachuk sisters, Maria and Anna, 15 draws and 5 losses.
What? Okay.
That is insane. I don't know if I'm, yeah.
Okay. That is unexpected.
Very. Not a single win. There's something about the Musachuks that has not sat well with Alexandra Karjakin, and she's going to have to try to turn that around in this match.
Yeah, we'll see after this match whether the statistical evidence would vary a little bit.
Right, probably the statistics are on her side. I mean, you played 20 games without winning. It's about time. I wonder if either player is aware of that. Like, now normally when you play somebody, and you know, I wonder if it's the same for you, Yvonne. When I play somebody I play a ton, like Sam, I do, you know, in the back of my mind, I sort of have a sense of what the overall score is, but I don't really care. It's not like you're looking frantically at ChessBase and, you know, checking how many games you won and lost. Like, that doesn't really matter, but you are aware of like how well you generally play against people you play a lot.
No, I guess I had a very similar mindset as you. So I definitely wouldn't go to check the details of the statistical points, let's say -5 or maybe +5, things like that. But already in your mind, especially those players you played very often, you already know that maybe you have a huge advantage, or maybe it's relatively even, right? But that probably only occurs to the players that I'm very familiar with. For those I played only a few games, I even sometimes do not remember that I have played with them before. So I wouldn't anything. Yeah. So I remember once. Yeah, there's an interesting story. Actually, I was playing one of the invitational tournament in Germany, and I played with Blue Bone. And in the press conference, he told me, or maybe the press officer, I don't remember, said, "Oh, do you know that you actually play with Blue Bone?" I thought, maybe not. I don't have the memory about that. Okay, they said, okay, you played with his sister like a long time ago. I was like, oh, fine.
Oh, you played? I didn't know Blue Baum has a sister who plays. That's really cool.
Yeah, I also didn't know that before. I didn't realize, but yeah.
So you played with a Blue Baum.
Yeah, I tried the games, and I think, yeah, there was actually a game there. Oh, their second tiebreaks just started.
Yeah, we've got a Najdorf. A very quick story before. I mean, this is still theory. Sam responding to Karjakin's vintage sort of H3 with Knight C6, which is a little bit rare. We'll delve into that in a second. I remember one time I was playing Alina Lamy, who is an IM. She's the wife of Erwin Lamy, a Dutch grandmaster. And I was preparing for the game, and I was trying to find her games in ChessBase, and I was searching Lamy, and I couldn't find any games, or I could find like 5 games. I thought maybe I misspelled it. There's an apostrophe, maybe ChessBase misrecorded. I couldn't find any games. And then Sergei Tivyakov, I knew he knew a lot about Dutch chess because he lives in the Netherlands. So I asked him, out of desperation, I saw him in the lobby. What's going on? And he told me something that made me feel dumb, which is that they had only recently married, and most of her games were in ChessBase under her maiden name.
Yeah.
So I finally was able to prepare, and that game was a Najdorf, actually, just like this one.
Yeah, I remember she played some Najdorf, because maybe I also played with her around those years. I think I played with her one of the Grand Prix back to 2014 or maybe 13, I don't remember. And also I thought that I did not find too many of her games in let's say the name after her marriage.
Right. So that's always interesting, and these kinds of things happen. But here we have a Najdorf. Sam reverting sort of to a dragon setup, H3, G4, and G6. Now bishop e3, he takes on d4. I would be concerned if I'm Sergey, because this is clearly still prep, and it's not the kind of chess you play unless you know what you're doing.
Well, I think Sergey is a player who played the bishop e3 or maybe bishop g5. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think he played a lot of h.
Bishop e3, he definitely played. Yeah, maybe h3. For some reason, I thought that was his main line recently, but I think it isn't now. Yeah, but Sam somehow expected it, or he remembers his analysis.
Yeah, I mean, this knight c6, g6 is also one of the common response after h3, but taking on d4 first, I'm not so sure.
Right, very interesting. And Sergey taking with the queen, which is, to me, a little bit surprising. Now he's gonna have to move his queen, I imagine. And we are going to go on a quick break as this game gets underway. It's a must-win for Karjakin, but Sam once again showing some incredible prep early in this game. We'll keep track of what happens. Don't go anywhere. This is what we're all here to watch. We've got fascinating games in the open section, the women's section. We'll be right back with more World Cup action. Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup. And before we delve into Sam's game against Karjakin and the games from the women's section, of course, the 2021 World Championship is coming your way in November, and we hope your calendars are marked. Chess.com will have the exclusive video feeds from the World Championship on Twitch, so you're definitely not going to want to miss Chess.com's coverage of the World Championship in November. So hopefully you've cleared all your work meetings preemptively. It's going to be Magnus against Nepomniachtchi, and it's going to be epic. And speaking of epic, we've got game 2 here between Karjakin and Shankland, a must-win for Sergei Karjakin. If you're just joining us, Sam Shankland with a resounding victory in a Catalan. Beautiful positional effort in game 1. And he's beaten Karjakin twice now in fine positional style. You found this one is a Najdorf, where Sam has adopted a dragon setup, and currently Karjakin is really dipping into his clock here. Sam has positioned his bishops in a very aggressive way. What do you make of this?
F4 is making sense actually. But how about rook c8 here? Let's say could be a very naive response, but just with idea knight h5. Because it's rook to c5, sometimes prepare to sacrifice, could be an idea.
Yeah, I mean, rook c3, all of it is hanging in the air. So the question is, who's first? Who strikes first?
Yeah.
I mean, f5.
Knight h. Oh no. Knight h5 is too many pieces flowing.
I guess black can play bishop d7. It's not too scary because again, g5 then could be met with knight h5. I mean, g5 is inadvisable, of course.
Maybe some idea like knight d5 here. No, but
knight
that's
d5.
Short castle maybe. Yeah.
Yeah. Now there's no clear follow-up. Yeah, not easy for white to exactly figure out. Let's see if Sam goes rook c8. Now, f4 turns out is a novelty. In fact, the novelty occurred even before. How do I know that? Well, I know that using Chess.com's very nifty opening explorer tool. So we can display it here. Queen takes d4 was a little bit more uncommon than bishop d4. And we can see on the right here, it gives you the number of games, the percentages, all of the information you need to be up to speed on where the novelty is, what's common, what's not, what's been played before. Really helps you inform your ability to follow the game, and I use it all the time, and you should use it too. It's at the chess.com events page. All of the information, opening statistics, and more to be found at the events page, so feel free to follow along there. And Sam is contemplating.
I didn't know this function before, so I've also learned.
Yeah, I didn't know it until recently. It's definitely a very cool touch, and it's always good to be informed, and always good to know immediately where the novelty is. You get a much better sense of who's still in preparation, who's not.
Yeah, definitely, and also it will be very helpful for those who are just following about the games of the important event, and you do not want to open ChessBase or another database to check at the same time. So just one click, you'll know.
Right. Exactly. All right. So let's see what Sam decides to do.
Well, even short castle or maybe queen a5. I mean, there are different options. So we're just trying to figure out what's the idea of f4. It seems like you want to push f5, but if that's not decisive, so maybe black will just do short castle. That's kind of very natural response.
Yeah, I honestly don't get why black wouldn't just castle here. What exactly is Sergei planning?
Queen d2, rook c8.
Yeah, I mean, the computer always shows an advantage for white here due to very concrete reasons, but I would be terrified of these sacrifices if I were white. I generally hate these positions. I feel like black is somehow having all the fun.
Maybe bishop d4 here, but that's already let's say the failure of queen d4 before, because you wouldn't need queen d4, queen d2, bishop d4. That's basically wasting a tempo, but you provoke the black's bishop to e6, which he sometimes wouldn't prefer. Okay, queen a5 has been played from Sam.
Queen a5, interesting. Slightly unexpected. He starts with a move that I thought he would probably end up playing after rook c8.
Yeah.
What does Sergey do? Wow, it's such a complex position. Very hard to figure out what either side should be doing. Which pawns to push for Sergey, which pieces to position on the queen side for Sam.
I also calculated something like f5, g5, f6.
So f5, bishop d7, g5, and h5, now f6.
Takes queen
Yeah,
b6.
this is very scary.
Yeah, because I feel like queen a5 is not as good as rook c8 or short castle, but still it requires some deep calculation. Maybe bishop, bishop c6, but that's very scary.
Yeah, Prage, just hope that the gods are on your side here. There's even maybe,
yeah,
I'm looking at some crazy stuff.
5.
But the problem is black could play queen g5.
Check. Okay, good.
Yeah, and somehow black is still, it's very scary. I mean, there's all these ideas, and white is having all the fun. So f5 has been played by Sergey. Now, does Sam really have no alternative? Is there no way to tease out some alternative line here? Maybe not. I mean, bishop probably has to move. Knight h5.
Yeah, knight h5. How about this?
But what about queen b6 now?
Bishop c3.
And I was thinking maybe just, okay, bc is the principled line, but at a minimum.
It's weird material. Always forgot this knight on h5.
Well, I was worried a little bit about one of these moves, but it doesn't really do anything, I guess. Black has not enough pieces in the attack.
Yeah, because your queen was forced to be exchanged.
Yeah, so unfortunately for Sam, it looks like he's got to go bishop d7, and then g5 comes your idea. And this is looking, I really don't like queen a5. I'm very, very surprised that Sam did that. I mean, bishop takes 8. No.
Yeah. Especially after the current tournament situation. I mean, you wouldn't just give white the only option because he has to do f5, g5 without too many calculation. Otherwise, you know, maybe the match is over.
He does take on a2. Wow. Daredevil Shankland.
Is this bishop a2?
I think it is. Or no, is it? Why did I think he took? He did. He did take on a2.
That is.
He took on a2.
This. How about if just a queen? Oh, no. Watch out.
Oh, ooh, that's a nasty one. That's easy to miss.
You got rook d2, but that's not our question.
Yeah, this is, what's amazing is this is still, I mean, the computer is showing, I wonder how black gets an advantage here. There's probably some insane, there's probably like rook c8 or something. Yeah, I think it is rook c8, actually. I got lucky. And, you know, you pile on the pressure, you're in no rush to take the rook. So that's super easy to blunder because otherwise queen b6 would have won a piece.
Yeah, so how about g5 here? Knight
and then
h5.
after knight h5.
If you go queen b6, then bishop c3. So probably f6 here, yeah.
And what about ef6? But now queen b6 no longer traps the bishop.
Yeah. Oh, bishop a2, well.
I mean, if this works out, Sam is just a monster. So what about a position like this, bishop b6, and now white's got to have some mate here.
Mate?
Well, even the engine is fluctuating. I mean, the eval bar. It's a mess.
Question. So is this f6, queen d6 like the only way? Yeah, after knight h5.
There is, well, there is queen b6, bishop c3, and now like bc. Nah, but this is not the same.
Yeah, it's completely different.
So the question then is, does white have to go g5? Does white have any alternatives here, which Sergey is contemplating. Is there maybe, no, e5 doesn't do anything. Well, what a crazy position. Yeah, get your Excedrin ready. This is a massive headache to even think about. And imagine being Sergey with a must win in 14 minutes. I actually like the practical value of bishop takes a2.
Yeah.
I think white has to go g5, f6. I'm not seeing any alternatives.
Yeah, seems like that's the only way. So f6, ef6, queen d6, also very natural.
But
Or
maybe there's something here other than queen d6. What could it be? You know what crazy move?
Bishop e2?
Just very calm.
I guess it's not good.
I was thinking about even e5. I mean, just like all sorts of things. You got to consider everything in a position like this.
Well, e5 seems like a very good try.
Just throw more wood into the fire. But the eval bar is just sitting there laughing at us while we're, you know, laboring away trying to figure out what that elusive winning move is. It's probably just queen d6 and then some follow-up to bishop e6. I think this is a great illustration of the difference between, you know, just looking at the evaluation and then the reality on the ground or on the board.
Well, but unlikely people would go for bishop a2. That's a very risky decision.
Extremely.
Yeah.
But with every ticking second, the decision is becoming more justified, because if Sergey drops down at 5 minutes in a position like this, well, that's not a lot of time.
Yeah, but it's a position that he probably already seen like a lot more in depth than what we've shown.
Now, I see queen a4 is being suggested. That's an interesting move.
Yeah, but this is
I don't trust it.
Oh, even 3 pawns like typical dragon play, then black might be okay.
Agreed. Like, even if black loses his piece at some point and sacks it for another pawn, this is not what's, you know, keeping Sam up at night.
Yeah, not to mention this bishop on a2 is very hard to capture easily, especially when you're knight on a4.
Yes, for sure. Now I'm positive the g5 f6 is the line.
Or bishop d2.
Bishop d2 here. That's a really interesting idea.
Just like holding, because this bishop on a2 is still like blocking here. You just need to deal with knight h5, bishop c3.
Right. Or even, I was thinking about something insane, like the bishop dropping back. The idea being something like this. Now, this doesn't work out because white even has queen b4.
Yeah, they only square. Oh, queen b6, doesn't matter.
Right. So that's just not sustainable. Bishop d2 I really like. That's a hard move to play though, when g5 exists.
Yeah, because when g5 f6 queen d6 not seems very clear, then well, keep some chance. But bishop d2 if just a short castle, we need some combination.
So knight d5, you're saying
Queen d8, knight f6, queen a4. Okay.
Oh my gosh, that's a crazy line. Look at this position. Just queen a4 and a bishop is trapped. This is how black goes down. This is but knight takes d5, maybe I try to resurrect.
Bishop a5.
Yeah, but this looks very scary.
Rook d4.
Now the rook swings to a4. Isn't that hilarious? In one line, the queen comes to a4, and the other line, potentially the rook comes to a4.
Yeah.
Black can try bishop c4, and now rook takes c4.
Okay, enough to win.
I think bishop d2 is a move that Sergey might play. It's a move in Sergey's style. I think some other players would, you know, put their heads down, go g5. To me, Sergey has this ability to make practical decisions. And, you know, there's the phrase long variation wrong variation. And, you know, one way you can apply that advice is to go look at the beginning of the variation and not assume that an attempting move is forced. And I think that's how bishop d2 might be found.
Yeah, very practical suggestion that sometimes do not only get into one line in depth.
Right, exactly.
But bishop d2, then let's check something else. How about rook c8?
Sorry. Rook c8. So you're trying to create preliminary preemptive pressure.
Okay. Okay, you know Sergey very well.
Bishop d2 played, yeah. No, I mean, I can't say I've studied his games in tremendous depth, but I think this tournament is also giving me a good sense of, you know, if I knew how his brain worked, I'd be in the World Cup right now. Unfortunately, it's always easy from a distance. I like rook c8 though. Let's consider it for a second. So first question, if I go knight d5, this fails because simply queen c5.
Queen a4, b5, okay.
Right, that's a very nice detail. This looks like a fork, but the queen's overloaded. It can't guard c2 and take the bishop at the same time. So let's refresh. What to do after rook c8? Bishop d2 is a very impressive move. I like it a lot.
But maybe there's some, okay, knight anywhere then facing queen c5. Then how about bishop d3 if we keep the similar logics?
Keep the tension going. I also had an idea of going g5, f6 here.
Yeah, but what's the difference? G5, knight h5, f6, e f6. Knight d5 here.
Knight b5 also exists.
Gosh, super
I'm now
cool.
using the supercharged battery, and I didn't mean to, you know, I think your idea is also very interesting to just keep the tension and defend c2 preliminarily.
After the comparison, this is just out.
Yeah, f6 does look very juicy. And black might have to play knight takes f6.
Yeah.
And at least, you know, try to keep the pressure going, because after ef knight b5, the game is over. Sam seems to be gearing up to make a move.
But maybe not after knight f6, you could try knight d5 first. Try to take g without allowing bishop f6.
Oh, beautiful. So what you're saying is, let's say rook c8, g5, boom, boom, boom.
Knight d5.
There's something for black here, according to the eval, but it's equal. This is an unbelievable tactical position. How could you have missed this? It's so simple.
So simple.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No. This is insanely complicated.
Maybe just knight d5.
Queen g7.
Rook c. Rook c2. Okay.
Could it be something like rook c2? No, it's not rook c2. What could it be? Knight e3? I don't know. I don't know.
Wow, brilliant! But bishop e3.
Or queen h8, queen c8, and bishop a5. It's queen a4, I think.
Yeah, that's a good move. Quiet and strong.
Bishop. Now your move, bishop d3, and then maybe bishop b3. I mean, anyways, it just makes sense to wait for Sam's move, because there's going to be insane lines in every castles. Ooh.
But this we have talked, right? Like knight d5 is just winning.
Queen d8, and now this very important line, knight f6, bishop is again out of nowhere. Queen a4, and the bishop is, I mean, maybe not out of nowhere, the bishop's on a2. But generally, the way you see the bishop trapped, I guess is what I'm trying to say, is with white playing b3, Bobby Fischer style, Spassky style. But here the queen actually does the trapping, which might be hard to spot. But Sergey's low on time also.
Well, I guess enough for him, because he just needs few moves and then the position will become clear.
Right.
Unless black can get a second pawn like on c file. Okay, knight d5 has been played, I think.
Yeah. And Sam is
confidence or.
Oh yeah, there was a certain edge to the way he played that move.
Mhm.
And knight d5, we were saying bishop a5. And is this just over? Bishop d4, rook d4, knight e3, just rook a4.
Yeah.
Yes. And this is lost. And I think it's actually very important that bishop c4, there's rook takes c4.
Otherwise, black will just be okay.
Yeah, for sure. All right. And after knight d4, bishop c4, technically the material count is not overwhelming, but with the two bishops, it's completely losing. I mean, white's got pressure everywhere here.
Yeah, even the possible kingside attacks finally come.
Sam, I think, has realized, my hypothesis is that he missed queen a4.
Well, I guess he missed the bishop d2 at the very beginning when he chose to go for this bishop a2 line. I mean, queen a5, he clearly see f5, and he's preparing for bishop a2. That was his idea.
Yeah.
Bishop d2, I don't know. Maybe rook c8 is more like could create some complex.
Yeah, rook c8 was not easy to refute. And the fact that we sort of didn't, I mean, we eventually, I think, found something convincing, but it took a while. And I wonder if black had more, I'm sure the computer indicates the most resilient line. I can actually check now. Rook c8 is indeed, at least according to this engine, would have been the most resilient option. After g5, the insane move,
Castle?
apparently gf.
Wow, this is super hard to find.
Incredibly, because you have to understand that you're just giving up a piece, and apparently you have some comp, probably not enough. Anyways, let's follow what happens.
Yeah,
Sam,
but castle will just leave the things very simple.
yeah,
I think only
no,
after g5 you could got some chances. If white keeps this pawn structure and capture the bishop, then the game is over.
yeah, it's not even that. I agree with you. If black had some attack on the queen side, maybe in Sergei's time pressure, but there's literally white's pawn structure remains fully intact, so it makes it all but impossible that Sergei bungles this. And wow. Now, queen c5 apparently gives the most chances according to the engine.
At this position, okay.
And the point is, after takes, the problem is, I mean, knight c3 is why I would reject this. But here you give up the bishop and you try to get at least the e4 pawn in return. Obviously, you're losing here in many different ways, but this seems to provide the most practical chances.
Yeah, agree.
And if Karjakin wins this and carries this home, 2 wins on demand would be absolutely insane. I mean, just shows you how resilient the guy is. Of course, after the comeback he pulled off against Svidler, I'm sure you remember that. Ivan.
Yeah, 2-0, and he fight back. Markly win the World Cup. And then
he was losing the third.
Yeah, I mean, the game 3 is just like completely losing. Yeah. So his resilience was just like amazing.
Absolutely.
And this tournament, he also fight back in some particular matches with the must-win season.
Well, they're probably going to go to the 10-minute segment. I mean, barring a miracle here. Let's check into the games from the women's section. And we're going to see Karjakin against Muzichuk. Okay, so queen a5 did happen.
Yeah, bishop e6, a4, okay.
Yeah, this still is this kind of structure that hard to make something of it. I feel like there's a lot of potential for the game to sort of fizzle out after rook fd8. I don't know. I get the sense that somehow something's going to happen in the center, and there's going to be a bunch of trade. I don't know where I'm getting that intuition. Something like this.
Yeah, some queen b3, huh? Then takes on d4.
Right, exactly. You sometimes see this stuff in the Grunfeld where position looks very sharp, but then all of a sudden you have some drawn endgame.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course. I mean, not exactly, I guess, because the knight here hangs, but something like that at some point. And in the other game, okay, we both sides have castled. We can breathe.
Like we expected, some d4 has been played, then knight b6, queen d6, rook c1. Okay, so white is still in control because this knight on b6 is powerful. Do not need to capture the d5 pawn, and maybe sometimes cd bishop c5 is coming. Okay, we'll see.
Yeah, this looks very, very, actually, somehow now it looks tougher for black. I think black has done everything she could to muddy the waters. You know, maybe bishop e6. No, but there's all these threats of bishop c5 at some point, rook e1. Yeah, Alexandra with a very good shot here at continuing the pressure.
Yeah, some decent chances. And do not forget,
sure.
black still got this pawn h5. That is the lack of the defense.
Yeah, that pawn could come back to bite black at the least desirable moment. I mean, you could imagine, you know, some queen landing on h5 at some point, winning a pawn. So in any case, back to the Sam game, stuff is happening there, and Sam did end up going for this line, knight d5, bishop d4, knight e3, and we are awaiting rook a4 by Sergey.
Okay, then maybe bishop c4 like we expected.
Yeah. Yeah, rook a4, bishop c4 is going to happen, but Sergey, he's taking his time just to make sure. Maybe he's trying to find something even stronger, but I wouldn't risk it if I were him. Just go for it. Maybe Sam also wants rook c8.
Rook a4, rook c8.
The problem is this doesn't actually do anything. It looks intimidating, but black's position falls apart.
Yeah, you have bishop c3, bishop d3, rook a3, all the moves coming ahead.
Yeah.
Well, agree, you know, it's reasonable to spend a couple minutes just to make sure that everything is under control. Oh, he played king d2?
Ooh. Apparently that's also good.
Okay, and maybe it's safe enough.
Wow, that's he's playing with fire. He's walking on hot coals, though, not going for rook a4. Now, the idea is that he wants to get rid of the knight first. Takes. And if black tries to create an escape route, now we're going to, you know, Spassky Fischer the bishop with b3. No, this is completely winning. Also, this is also winning.
Yeah.
This is also winning.
Avoid any potential risks.
Yeah, Sergey is not about to let this one go to waste. So this is going to happen. Sam's going to take on f1. And then he's going to play f6, and he's going to give the bishop up on b3 for 2 pawns, but it's not going to be sufficient. And his struggles with black continue. Just not quite able to get out of the opening.
Yeah. But always very, I mean, tough to play with black pieces against the top guys.
Yeah, very. You just see, like in this World Cup, the level of preparation and intensity. It's, you know, not unlike returning a serve in high level tennis. I mean, when you play casually, I think you serve just to get the rally started, but at a high level, you serve to ace the point. And the ball is going at you 150 miles an hour every single time. And you might only be able to return, 75% of balls. So we've seen something like that here, I think.
That's a very good explanation.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, it's the first time I've ever compared, I think, chess to tennis.
Yeah,
maybe for good reason it's not compared often.
I don't know Chinese a lot, but it sounds reasonable. Okay, so knight f1, rook f1 has been played.
And Sam, okay, f6 is the only way to try to get the bishop out, extricate it.
Maybe he's hoping for some, b6. Trying to get the b file open and exchange as many pawns as possible. But maybe white will just try bishop c3.
Yeah, white is just not going to say, no, I don't need this pawn right now. I need the bishop. Get those pawns out of here. Yeah, this is winning. And Sergey, you can see in the relaxed. And by the way, if on one very important point, after e5, white definitely should not en passant. White plays rook a4. So this rook a4 is still a threat that supplements the idea of going b3.
Supplements the idea of what?
So rook a4 is an immediate threat, and then there's also the threat of b3. So Sam is up against a lot of enemies, and b3 has been played. We're going to go on a quick break as we keep following the Karjakin Shankland game, and it winds down. Sergey is very, very likely to win this game and tie the match. That'll mean they will go to the second stage of the tiebreaker, 10 plus 10. It's going to be even more fascinating. Keep your seatbelts on. We'll be right back with more action from the FIDE World Cup. Don't go anywhere. And we are back at the FIDE World Cup. There is new merch available, and using promo code World Cup, all one word, you can get 10% off all Chess.com merch. So remember to go to go.chess.com/merch, enter promo code World Cup for 10% off all merchandise. It ends August 7th, so you got a little bit over a week. Make sure to use this offer and grab yourself some discounted swag. All right. Well, Karjakin is showing some swag in his position here. He's up a piece. He won that bishop he won, and Salmon's gotten 2 pawns for it. It's not entirely over. It's not quite resignable yet, but it's definitely losing.
Yeah. I mean, still too many pawns over the board, and the Sergey just played f6, and that's good to open the files for the rooks.
Well, f6 is incredibly nasty. Now it might be resignable.
Yeah.
Sam takes it. Rook d6.
f6 pawn most likely will lost. Rook h2.
Ooh, that's a nice move by Sam. Apparently, rook f1 was more precise immediately rather than taking on d6. Not easy to spot, though, in time pressure. The idea being here you can go rook f3. The pawn is not going anywhere. It's really weak. And now Sergey will have to give up h3.
Yeah, maybe rook f6, rook h3, rook f3. Still good enough.
Definitely winning. Yeah. And this bishop is really nice.
Yeah, due to the pawn structure of h7, g6, f7.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Sergey does exactly that. He takes on f6.
And also he left for b, e, and g pawn. That means if we went to the bishop endgame without the rooks, there wouldn't be any drawing chances with the a pawn. So it just leaves 1 pawn over the board, enough to win.
Yeah, that's what makes it so dejecting to try to defend. I mean, Sam could, I suppose, go rook c2, but he's only black could get checkmated here. The white king has plenty of room to escape if need be.
Yeah, and you do not have the d2 square to check. Okay.
And as Sergey converts, Yifan, we've got some breaking news alert. Apparently, Anna has blundered in her game against Karjakin. So Muzichuk took on d4 and played like this, at which point Alexandra was winning with a relatively simple idea. Now, what's going on here? Well, the knight is hanging. The first move that comes to mind is rook d3, but black has e5, and white was winning with the move e5, clogging up that square, and the knight is saved. But Karjakin rather quickly took on b7, blundering right back. And now it's well within the bounds of a draw again. Unbelievable exchange of
e5, bishop e5, rook d3. Just 1 moment. If black trying to double the rook on the d file, would that be enough? Like rook d5? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think at a minimum, maybe rook f2 and rook fd2. I agree that it's far from obvious that this is winning. But then at some point,
go for this instead of rook b7. That's clear.
Yeah, because and then white plays, if the bishop moves back to get ready for e5, white can smash in f4. And
but how are you gonna move?
How to extricate myself from this situation here. You know, maybe I should give Sasha more credit. Maybe she did see e5 and decided that this was too precarious of a position. But my intuition is telling me that I feel like if she saw e5, she would have gone for it.
Yeah, she's this kind of playing style.
No, and definitely missable thing. You know, you look at the knight, you kind of trust your opponent. Rook d3, e5. All right, let's move on. It can be hard to find these weird, these weird intermezzos that just come out of nowhere and they, throw a spanner in the works of the mechanism.
Yeah, trust your opponent. That's a very nice explaining.
All right. So rook b7 has been played. And I mean, I assume Anna will not wait any longer. She'll take that.
Yeah. But maybe, you know, white can still try to play a better round.
So how should white proceed? Okay, bishop d4 has been played.
Takes on d4, rook takes, and then maybe queen. Queen one.
Queen c1.
Okay. Yeah, with rook c7, huh?
Yeah.
But maybe after bishop d4, black should try some move like e5. Maybe some move like e5 instead of rook d4.
Ooh. Yeah, trying to take, okay, bishop d4 played, and Anna is thinking in this position. Huh. Yeah, it's not easy to decide what to take the bishop or whether to take the bishop. Because
maybe you could defend the pawn like king f7.
that is the best move. Amazing. And this move probably makes the draw in the most convincing way. Okay, move has been played. Rook takes d4.
Rook takes d4, okay. Yeah, maybe king f7, next move queen d4.
Yeah, king f7 would have equalized on the spot. Because the bishop can't move, it can't be defended, and you know these pawns are well protected by black's king. Now after queen c1, maybe white preserves something resembling a small advantage or some chances. So we'll see. I think the likeliest result is a draw, but stuff might happen in this game, and stuff has already happened. So we will keep an eye on this. Now Alexandra Castano continues to, I think, increase the pressure dial. Now she's,
okay, so
I guess her idea of takes is to go like this. But no, this isn't trap. I thought this trapped the queen, but the queen has d6.
okay, but maybe not possible.
Not exactly obvious what she has in mind. Maybe c5 here. Nice.
Knight d. No, not on time.
And now rook a1 is probably a threat with this rook a4 idea. Yeah, no, this is very scary for black, but when you're in a situation like this, you kind of have to go for stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but I want to see what's going on in the Sam game because Sergey is running very low on time. So let's watch the conclusion of this game just to make sure that Sergey does in fact convert.
Okay.
Disadvantage, Sam doing his best.
King or wait, he played king. Rook c5, rook d5. Okay. Yeah, it's
important. Very important.
Yeah.
And then it's over. Look at all the holes.
We'll see more games in this match.
We will. We'll see the 10-minute portion, and Sam might resign here. Sergey with 2 minutes, but remember that there's an increment. So for Sergey, 2 minutes plus increment is like 8 hours for some other people. Rook e2. Sam trying to weave together some sort of net, but it's wishful thinking. It's not going to work. Bishop c3. I mean, anything is winning here. And apparently, Tan Zhongyi has blundered. So we can't look at everything at the same time. I guess we can on the bird's eye view, but this game seems to be the closest to its conclusion.
He takes c4. She wants to take back on a5, but what she missed? Rook c4, queen a5, just rook a4, bishop e2, the queen is lost. No?
Wait a minute.
Rook c4,
which move?
what? Rook c4.
Oh my gosh.
Queen a5, rook a4, then bishop e2. That's exactly
unbelievable.
So
Look at that queen.
Maybe she
What
wants
is-
queen 5 immediately after rook c4. I mean, she
Yeah, but
clearly,
now,
yeah.
same thing, right?
But you sure the live transmission is right? I mean, d takes c4 is just like,
That's incredibly odd. I mean,
Yeah.
rook c4 is the most obvious move in the position. Ah, queen d6 maybe? No, but
Yeah,
this is ridiculous. Rook c6.
no need to play d4 to allow rook c4, rook c6, gaining all the tempo.
This is an unbelievable move. Yeah, I guess if we look at the camera, we'll see, but I mean, it's not like, rook c4 is the first move you see. And maybe she blundered rook a4, bishop e2, but I mean, intuitively, it's quite clear you have to watch your queen. And
No, it's impossible to miss it in a classical chess.
beautiful camera work. She did take on c4, I think.
Oh, yeah,
Trying to,
okay.
and I just feel like in her body language, maybe there was something she hallucinated. It happens. When the stakes are this high, everything is possible.
Yeah. So, yeah, she definitely missed something.
Yeah, rook c4 just wins. Now, maybe not immediately, and I should say that in some of these situations, black should find the best way to give up the queen. And I know this sounds like total desperation. It is. But I've seen some of these games get complicated again. 2 pieces for a queen can get a little bit iffy if white is not accurate. So I wouldn't call this game over, but if Alexander finds rook c4, this is incredibly
You continue with the queen d6, rook c6, and maybe queen b4. I mean,
yeah, try to muddy the waters.
no, but even bishop f6, knight d5, that's too much.
Yeah, no, this is totally crushing. Now, quickly, let's check into the Karjakin game because that will end any second now, and we want to capture, everybody likes the moment. The handshake occurs, and the clocks are stopped, and Sergey even has some mating ideas here with rook h3, rook h6. Now, we'll keep an eye on Alexandra's game and see if she plays rook takes c4. We'll be bringing you that information as soon as she moves. But this, of course, is a pivotal game. Sergey must win it to keep himself in the match, and he is about to deliver the final blow. e5 here would be a nice touch, I think, just to make sure everything is secure.
And your king is safe.
Yeah, look at every piece is b4. That's such a Russian school of chess move. Stop counterplay with a5 before.
And also stop rook c5. Yeah.
This one little pawn move, and Botvinnik would be proud of this. Very Karpovian.
Like very tough. I mean, I was a bit surprised that he still keep playing, and also, letting Sergey get into the seconds.
Yeah, Sam is, and that's another area. I mean, Sam is very resilient, and we know, how resilient these top guys are. And Sam has shown that he is capable of defending at that level and pulling out some of these games. But here, there isn't enough counterplay. Sergey has too many winning ideas. He's letting himself dip to 20 seconds. Or I guess, no, it's a little bit more than that. Rook d8, he trades rooks. He's going to come back to f6, and there's going to be some mating idea here with a rook transfer.
Yeah.
All right. So this is Sam trying to stay afloat, but it's a lost cause.
Yeah. Even without e pawn or g pawn, it should be winning.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty. And there, of course, there's the famous story. I think it was Tarash was playing Teichmann, or one of those, early 20th century masters, and it was I think Tarash was known for playing out drawn positions for a very long time, or it was the other way around. Anyways, one of the players took a piece off the board, took a minor piece off the board, and the pawn structure was so locked up that it was still a draw. And that's when I think Tarash supposedly agreed to a draw. I don't know if this story it might be one of those apocryphal legends, but it's funny nonetheless.
Okay, rook d3 over.
Yes, handshake, resignation. Sergey will not be removing any pieces off the board. He needs his bishop, he needs his rook. And this is the final position. Rook d8, unstoppable, only giving up black's rook. Will stave off mate, and Sam pausing the clock. They are on to the next stage of the rapid 10+10. Whoa, what a match this has been. What a match. Sergey now has climbed back twice. Once in the classical, once in the first stage.
Unbelievable.
He lives to fight another day, and that day will come in about 10 minutes, as the players have only a couple minutes here to catch their breaths, reorient themselves. And you find it must be psychologically very difficult for Sam. The momentum is on Sergey's side right now, undoubtedly.
Yeah, but remember that Sam just had the same situation. He won the first game today in the tiebreak. Okay, but that's another day, a bit different. But to be honest, this black, he didn't got too many chances, so I think his men's side wouldn't be that, let's say, negative. But I have a question, Daniel. So you played a lot of blitz with Sam. So how you evaluate his blitz strengths compared to the rapid strengths? Because we might see 10+10, and maybe we'll see even, let's say 3+2, right? Or 5+3, the next time control.
Yeah, I've definitely played a lot of blitz with him. You know, I have some matches with him up on YouTube, and, you know, we've had tons of fun through the years. I would say the following. I would say that his opening preparation puts him at a tremendous advantage in blitz, because, you know, he's able to recall stuff very, very quickly. He usually gets good positions. I feel like sometimes, if I could speak about his weakness, and I've basically no business talking about, you know, Sam's weaknesses, because, you know, he's so much stronger than me. But in terms of specifically blitz, I think speed is definitely one of the areas he struggled with in the past. Sometimes he tends to get bogged down in the position and get into time pressure. Sergey is very good at inducing time pressure. And then the other thing that I would be a little worried about is, you know, Sam strives for objectivity, you know, much like Fabi in many positions. And I think this is one of the sources of Fabi's blitz struggles, is, you know, this, sometimes you just have to make a move. You got to be sloppy and not finish calculating. And I think Sam has the drive to calculate everything out to its conclusion. So that might be one of the sources of, you know, getting into time pressure and sometimes making decisions that aren't always, practically speaking, the best for blitz game. But he's a tremendous blitz player all the same. And but so is Sergey. Sergey, I think, has won the World Blitz Championship.
Yeah, at least once. I mean, I'm sure he won before, but not sure if only once the World Blitz.
Yeah. But I mean, once is already an indicator that, you know, he's the real deal. And Sergey is so experienced. I mean, of course, he became a GM at 12, and he's been known as a blitz legend for, you know, well over a decade. And that experience comes in handy in situations like this. But yeah, I have a lot of funny blitz experiences with Sam. Yeah, I remember this one time we were just playing casual blitz. He was preparing.
Oh, by the way, sorry to
interrupt. No,
yeah.
Please do.
What happened?
Are you kidding me?
Seems like they're not playing the chess as we know.
Alexandra not taking on c4. I cannot believe it. And it's not one of those things, you know, we try to be very careful about distinguishing engine lines from lines that are findable. This is a line that she should see in her sleep, to be honest. And something.
And all this, like in the previous line of Queen A5, we play C5, trying to get the same trap. The difference is we don't have C and D pawn here, but they did not change anything.
It's odd. I mean, and this is, you know, I don't mean this disparagingly. Alexandra is a tremendously strong player. And, you know, sometimes these mutual hallucinations happen because there's a detail that both players have failed to account for. You know, maybe it's this move bishop e2, maybe that move fell out of her field of vision. And sometimes that just happens. Then you look at after the game and, you know, you can't believe it, but your, you know, everyone's brain works in weird ways. And
yeah, like
sometimes you just miss this stuff. It happens.
Especially under such a pressure. It's already like the semifinal of the inner women's section, right?
Right. I mean, normally yeah, Alexandra would do this in a blitz game. She wouldn't bat an eye, but here every decision is magnified. You're doubting yourself at every moment, no matter how experienced you are. And, this might be the product of several of these influences. But still, white is much better.
Yeah, it's still much better, but that's a different story already.
Yeah, it's a different kind of much better. And I think maybe bishop d3 keeps black more or less in the game. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, now black looks much more comfortable. I mean, still practically it's worse.
Yeah. No, I mean, shocking moment here, and the momentum of the game will definitely swing to black's favor if bishop d3 is played. Particularly if Alexandra realizes that she missed it, but that's even more painful. And I'm sure you have stories you find. It's so hard when you realize like 2 moves later that you missed a win, and putting that out of your mind is almost impossible. It clouds your judgment.
I cannot recall a specific situation that I had this kind of situation. I mean, there must be checking my games, but I just cannot remember. Maybe my reaction is a little bit slow that I couldn't realize doing 2 moves earlier. Probably I realized after the game.
Well, that's a good thing, yeah. Or you've trained yourself to move on as one should. I'm always looking at the score sheet, and it's the yeah.
I remember I had this habit before, like very young, but I'm not checking like which move I could improve. I'm just checking on the score sheet and trying to think about, okay, maybe some point if I made something different, what's going on, but not like a review, but just some thoughts when the opponent is seeking.
Yeah, I mean, anything related to the score sheet, I've tried to put aside. I remember, I've mentioned some flamboyant characters in my hometown club in San Francisco, and one of those characters, he was about 1700, and he would annotate the game, like during the game. He would start putting exclamation marks and question marks on his score sheet during the game. But it wouldn't always correspond to whether the moves were actually bad. Like I would be playing, I played him maybe 4 or 5 times. His name's Michael, and he's a very nice guy, but like in the middle of the game, he would start smiling, and then he'd pull his pen out and he'd start double exclam on move 15, or then he'd put 3 question marks to move 17. And I have no idea, both of them are just totally normal moves. So lots of interesting stuff in relation to the score sheet.
It shows that probably is a very emotional person.
Yeah, extremely. And he was, I think he still plays in that club. And on a good day, he would always come from work. And if it seemed like if he was in a good mood, he could play like a 2000. He beat some masters, and he was 15, 1600. But on a bad day, he could lose to anybody. So, those are the characters that make up a chess club. And I've never seen anybody with quite that behavior. Anyways.
Yeah, also the first time I've heard. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, probably the last, first and the last. Okay, let's look again at Karjakin's game. She has played Queen C1, and I think Anna is somewhat regretting maybe not taking more time in this critical moment. King F7 would have solved all of the problems before they occurred.
Yeah, the problem is if you go King F7 here, then Queen H6 or Queen G5, you just, this rook on D4 is badly placed, stops the Queen D4 check. So if you go King...
Yeah, this is extremely unpleasant. And as Anna thinks about her move, we're going to go on a quick break. When we return, the 10-minute portion will begin between Shankland and Karjakin. Don't go anywhere. Keep your seatbelts fast, and we'll be right back with more World Cup action. And we are back at the World Cup. We are watching Karjakin Shankland. They have just begun stage 2 of the rapid playoff. The first ending in 1-1 tie after Sergey climbed back after losing the first game. Now the second segment, is a 10+10 rapid playoff. It also is composed of 2 games. If this segment ends in a tie, then we will have a 5-minute blitz portion, but we'll cross that bridge if we get there. And you fun right now, Sam with the black pieces. That's important to note. Sam has black in the first game. They're repeating the line.
E5 has been played. I'm wondering, is that the move that Sergey got from his team? I mean, he played E5 confidently, but this E5 first. So I think we didn't discuss last time, but this E5 seems like.
Now it looks like a blunder at first because of knight d7.
No, but he probably got some idea like.
Yeah, of course. Maybe just castles. Something
Yeah.
like crazy like this.
Maybe this is some theoretical. I thought I've seen something very familiar, but maybe not in the exactly same line. Okay, so some preparation.
Knight d7 played.
Long castle, bishop e5, queen d2 in the camera.
And I was going to say, I was wondering if, if the players have a chance to check the lines, if they even have access to their phones, let's say. And I felt like the answer was no, because they're still in the playing hall, but maybe they have access to their teams.
Yeah, I think they definitely could have the access to their team because during the breaks, so maybe the team members have checked and tell the lines. I mean, it's not possible that you just start in your brand in a couple minutes you decided to play e5 because that's a very critical decision. And also in the game we saw bishop e2, queen, bishop e5, queen d2, and then what's next?
Let me refresh.
5 in the clock in the camera.
Wow, this is still prep. So castles, bishop e5, queen d2, sacking upon his Karjakin to get stuff in the center. Same with queen a5 and now knight d5.
But naive question, queen a2.
I guess queen b4 is the idea. And Sam got sucked into some insane prep here. And the other issue is if you take the queen.
Okay, some end game.
But now it's unpleasant. Knight c7 is a big threat. That knight is clamping down on black's position, and Sergey clearly still is in preparation, which is remarkable.
Yeah, f4 is coming. I mean, this queen takes d2 just like losing hope. I mean, not losing hopes a bit, to exaggerate. But this kind of position, white plays happily. F4, bishop g2, rook e1. I mean, I don't see how black should develop.
Well, I guess the first order of business is to stop before king d8.
Yeah, king d8 has been played, so maybe just bishop g2.
Yeah, bishop g2 and e6, as you mentioned, can be met with f4 potentially. Bishop g2, e6.
F4 first, if that's making sense, because it's a move that white will play sooner or later.
Yeah, I think either move looks really, really good. And one issue as Sergey contemplates his move, I could show this on the board, is let's say you start with f4. Black would love to play e6, but this is not going to cut it because after knight b6, just the bind gets even worse. The bishop ensconces itself on b6. Rook d8 is impossible. White doubles. C4, and everything is ripped apart. And even though it's the endgame, don't be fooled by the absence of queens. You could easily get checkmated here, as you do in this line. White's got plenty of firepower to deliver checkmate with. So this is very, very concerning for Sam. An amazing job, I imagine, by Sergey's team or by Sergey himself. F4 played. F4 played and bishop g7, I think.
Bishop g2. Predicted.
Just as you predicted.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, objectively, maybe it is defendable, but practically, especially with 10 minutes time control. Oh, but look, Sam also didn't spend so much time on this. Still get 9 minutes.
Yeah, amazingly, Sam has played remarkably fast. And you know, he's made some pretty committal decisions. He's made some pretty committal decisions fast, and I think he's told himself before the game, you know, he has to prioritize speed, and he has, but now the position has suffered.
Yeah. Which move he played?
I think he played a5, which is actually correct. He wants to get rook a6 in.
Ah, then e6. Oh, interesting.
My worry is that now it creates a weakness on b5, so Sergey could play rook e1, and then he could meet rook a6 with bishop f1, for example.
Yeah.
So this is still very worrisome.
But maybe then he played rook c6 to just sacrifice the rook.
Yeah.
Very skeptical.
I mean, this is just hanging on the edge already. Yeah, rook e1 just seems very natural, but Sergey might be looking for more in this position. Sergey might be looking for some knockout blow. There is no knockout blow yet. You have to accumulate the pressure.
Mm-hmm.
You can see the intensity on both of their faces. Their World Cup is on the line. Tons of pressure, thousands and thousands of eyes virtually on them. Oh, I can't even imagine.
Well, many players cannot feel all this, you know, because we are the followers that did not play, so we're imagining.
Right. No, I mean, Sergey he's taking a while here. He's taken about a minute and a half. And yeah, kind of a little bit nervous, maybe experiencing some indecision. I mean, rook e1 is, I'm sure, his backup option. I think he's looking for something more ambitious, such as bishop f1, maybe immediately transfer the bishop. I don't know.
But I don't think that's very logical.
I agree.
You know, when you're bishop to b, okay, your own time. Yeah, I was thinking some b6 move, just trying to quickly develop the bishop.
a4.
a4.
Freezing the pawn instead is what he decides to do. Getting that b5 score fixed. Which
Which move?
Makes, was he worried about a4 maybe? I don't know.
But rook e1, a4, a3, I don't think this pawn a4 could bring black anything. Okay.
Agreed.
Rook a5, rook b5? Well, maybe.
Yeah, but now he walked right into bishop f1. Sam just walked right into bishop f1, and Sergey's about to play it.
He wants to sacrifice?
Yeah, things are coming apart. I think rook c6, and he wants to sack it on c6, but he's not going to get enough calm, not even close. And I think he just missed bishop f1.
Seriously? I thought he wants to sacrifice.
But then I feel like he'd play immediately, because now the only other alternative is rook a8.
No, but then bishop b5 is already started d7.
Yeah, this just looks absolutely atrocious for black. Bishop b5. He did go rook c6. Yeah, bishop b5. Probably e6 to toss the knight off of d5 at least.
Yeah,
at least to get something.
6, bc6, knight b6.
Right. That's a big problem, because you might, if you lose the a pawn, then you're probably dead lost.
You play h5.
h5. So I guess g5.
Yeah.
And the ball is back in Sam's court. h5 is an attempt to open stuff up on the king side. What you don't want to do is take on c6, because then after bc, you're going to have to move your knight, and black will be able to play hg. So Sergey has to attend to the king side first.
Yeah, he plays.
Make the move. And again, Sam, he probably will have to play e6, I imagine.
Yeah, shall we refresh? Because I'm seeing the, yeah.
Yeah, now we've got g5 on the board. We're anticipating e6 from Sam. I simply don't see any other moves.
But e6 here, even some extra opportunity for white to go. Well, not necessary knight f6, but
Ah, very true.
just go knight b6. Maybe knight b6, king e7, or knight c4. So already, knight b6, d5. Maybe he'll go for this h4. Okay.
So he's trying to fix
The weakness
on h3 and eventually maybe get counterplay related to the bishop. Right now, of course, it's a far-fetched scenario because the knight can barely move, but he's trying to set himself up for that exchange stack. And Sergey is not in a rush to take that rook, obviously. He brings his rook into the game first. That seems correct. He wants Sam to play e6 because that would weaken the d6 pawn, which would strengthen the appeal of knight b6 after bishop takes e6 bc. All right. And Sam is running out of options. He will have to play e6 at some point, maybe rook e8, but he's almost mated there.
rook e8.
Crazy.
E8, just like, in the middle of hamburger. Well, but maybe rook e8 is making sense. But white can quietly play the move like bishop f2, maybe.
Knight b8 by Sam.
But there are already a lot of checks. Oh, no, bishop
a7 maybe.
That's a good move, by the way.
I think he'll go bishop a7. That's a Sergey move. That's a Sergey move.
Okay, he moved the bishop, but where? I cannot see from the camera.
Bishop a7 play. And e6 is absolutely forced now, I think, because otherwise you simply lose the knight. You got to create a mess here. But it's completely winning, I think.
Yeah.
Not resignable yet. After e6, Sergey still has to clear up some of the chaos of the position. But simply bishop c6, I think.
Sam played the move. I cannot. Yeah, e6.
e6.
But bishop
no,
okay.
I think Sergey might play it simple and take c6, go bishop b6, and then knight f6.
Yeah.
Because the only issue with taking on b8 is that after ed, Sam's move h4 becomes, actually a very good move because the pawn on h3 becomes a weakness. And finally, that is something Sergey will have to deal with. Not that it's not winning there. I just think Sergey wants to choose the option that allows the least counterplay.
Yeah, making sense.
So, Karjakin taking his time. He recognizes this is an important moment.
Yeah, after close the rook, this bishop c6, bishop b6 was simply the best.
And if Sergey goes on to win this match, it's the white openings are going to be, a major reason why. Every one of his black games, Sam, in the French game, he got a position that wasn't really up his alley. And now in the two Sicilian games, he got a reasonable position in the last game, but maybe inaccurately played queen a5. And now in this game, incredible prep by Karjakin.
Yeah. Just like his opening choice is very shaky.
Very shanky indeed. That is the fun of the day.
And if Sergey won this game, the next game would be hard for Sam. I mean, I assume he wouldn't do something like this Catalan again.
Well, Sam bought a car when he landed in Russia, actually, but he doesn't have it anymore because Sergey's been doing some carjacking. But that's unoriginal. Yours is better. All right. Sergey's still thinking.
So we saw actually, okay, we'll keep on this game. Okay, bishop c6 has been played.
Yeah. Bishop
Okay,
b6 check. Yep, it's happening.
Yeah.
King e8. Is there anything that Sam can do, or is it just completely over?
he played king e8.
Yeah, or king d7. Now knight c7. Knight c7 and knight b5 is probably winning. Knight f6 check, maybe not as good as I thought initially, because somehow the rook gets in through h5.
Okay, that's good enough too. Preparing knight c4, very solid.
Yeah, really just classy, not giving any chances. All right, knight e3.
Yeah, this d pawn just seems like lost.
Yeah.
D facing knight d5, no, it's just horrible.
Yeah, if you repositioned the pawn back to e7, maybe Sam would have some chances. But now, with this many weaknesses and an extra exchange, the knight coming all sorts of places, it isn't good. And Sam will be in Sergei's spot. He'll have a must-win. I mean, if Sergei wins with white in the next round. White has won all of the games in this match so far.
Okay, king e7 has been played.
Yeah, probably knight c4. Because the problem is if d5, then just rook takes d5. Yeah, knight c4 wins on the spot, I think.
Yeah, even okay, bishop c7, knight d4. A bit terrible.
Yeah, and these are the first 4 games in Sam's and Sergei's career, and White has won all of them. So the statistics might be on Sam's side, but you know, when Sergei smells
Gets f5 here. If
oh, f5 looks, oh god.
Just like too many ways.
Maybe bishop e5, I don't know.
f6.
Yeah, I guess king d7.
Okay, I missed the bishop f4, that's clear.
Still, after knight c4, bishop e3 should be winning,
but not that good.
Yeah, it's possible to envision a scenario where Sergei, you know, makes a couple of inaccurate moves. He got 3 minutes. He wants to make sure he finds the right move here so that that doesn't happen. I mean, I would vote knight c4. Maybe he's calculating knight c4, e5. I don't know.
Or maybe he's calculating rook d1. I mean, there are different possibilities.
Yeah. And you want to be a little bit careful, you know.
Bishop c7, okay. But knight d4, we have talked about this.
Bishop c7, knight d4?
Then rook d1. No, he didn't play
5?
No. He just played bishop c7. That's. I was thinking maybe allowing knight d4, but maybe knight to c4 then. But d5, well, just like too many winning.
Yeah, rook d1, e5, and then knight c4 is also possible. This is harder to go for because you give up h3, but it's not like black takes on h3 and the world ends. White just takes all these other pawns. But there's no other defense. And bishop d4, I guess you just go knight c4, and this is winning. Knight d4, Sam plays, doing what he can here, hoping for the best. But if Sergei finds a couple more accurate moves, he's going to win. 2.5 minutes. That's the one thing Sam must be hoping for, relying on. Sergei's got to be nervous. This might be the first time he will be leading in this match. And rook d3.
Solid.
I don't know. Very solid. Is it too solid? Probably not.
But good enough because you don't have e5.
Yeah, very prophylactic approach, just not trying to not allow any counterplay.
Yeah, you have all this bishop a5, just enough.
Yeah, and it also stops knight f3 ideas, which even with bishop d6, king e8, there could be some forks there. And in time pressure, you don't want to deal with any of these sudden tactics that require clock time. So Sergey preemptively fixes and prevents all of these tactics. And it seems like, unfortunately for Sam, his days here in this position are numbered. 5 minutes for him.
Also, c3 is another threat. So.
Oh gosh, yeah, c3 simply and bishop takes d6. That might even be the main threat.
Yeah, because knight b3, king c2.
Yeah. I'm going to refresh here to get the latest position. Rook d3 has been played. And Sam, king d7, maybe try to get the bishop off of c7, but it would gladly vacation on a5 and snap off a pawn while it's at it.
We actually saw a lot of changes in the game of Kostyaniuk versus Tan Zhongyi, but
oh gosh,
we have a quick glance and come back to this game, or maybe we'll wait this
sure game. we can look really quick. It looks like Kostyaniuk is just winning, so it looks like Alexandra did manage to find the right path after she missed rook c4. Crushing attack here despite being down in exchange for Kostyaniuk. And in the Karjakin game, Anna is still thinking after queen c1, so we haven't missed much. Let's swing back and watch the conclusion of the Karjakin game.
Okay.
And then we'll immediately switch to Alexander Kostyaniuk's position, which is also very interesting. King e8, bishop d6, everything is falling.
Yeah.
Things fall apart, the center cannot hold.
Yeah, I love this move, rook d3. That's a nice way.
I don't get why he didn't take on d6 first. What was the need for knight f6 immediately?
No idea, but okay, just like any move wins, so.
True.
We don't need to discuss, I guess. Just
amazingly, the engine finds some chance.
Here?
Knight f5.
Bishop
I mean, it's completely winning, but now some move rook h5. And the idea is after rook d1, rook d5. And somehow black gets h3. So white still needs to be a little bit careful here. Just a little bit.
Yeah, that's true. But maybe, after rook h5, we just go some move like rook e5 to avoid your rook d5, to not give you like.
Oh yeah, that seems like the most circumspect, just not allowing any funny business with that h3 pawn. Sam might also just resign here.
I guess he'll keep playing for a while.
Yeah, so what I was showing is knight f5 takes rook d6. Now rook h5, and if you play naively rook d1, then there's rook d5, and if you take, black has some crazy chances, but you mentioned very strong with rook e5, just ending all counterplay. Let's see. This has happened, knight f5. Sam doing everything that he can. Bishop d6 will happen. Or he might play b3, the greedy move. No, he takes on d6. Completely winning. Maybe the last ditch chance is rook h5.
He played king d8.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's just desperation.
Yeah, he wants to create some fortress.
Yeah. Rook d1, bishop c6, something like that. Man, Sam is, you got to credit his defense. He is not making it easy. In a completely lost position, he's finding ways to get Sergey thinking. And, it's easy to just look at this and say, yeah, it's over, resignable. But 1 time out of 10, a defense like this is going to produce results. So 1.5 minutes for Sergey. It's count the eggs when they've hatched, as the expression goes.
No, he can go bishop b4. Oh, okay, he go rook d1.
Now Sam will have to move either his king or his bishop, probably his bishop. And there's no clear discovery that wins immediately. Probably bishop b4.
Bishop where? And you
Bishop
mean, no,
b4, bishop a5.
maybe bishop e7, rook d8, rook f8.
Oh, and you're much faster than me. I mean, I'm going to go bishop g2 there, but it's not even close.
He played bishop a4.
Sergey with bishop e7. I think he's going to go for your line.
King c7, bishop d8, yeah.
Oh, bishop d8. That's nasty. Bishop comes back around to b6.
Yeah, so he has to go king c6, but then,
And then b3. Yeah, or rook c3 and b3.
Wow, king c8. Okay.
Over. Sam resigns. And Sergey Karjakin wins the first game of the 10-minute segment here, putting Sam now with his back against the wall. The first lead of the match for Sergey Karjakin. White has won all of the games. Incredible opening preparation on the fly by Sergey Karjakin, and Sam never really got out of the opening. He went straight into an endgame. The endgame was incredibly hard to play. Gotta credit Sergey. A vintage Karjakin game. Squeezed the life completely out of Sam with several really strong prophylactic moves and finished it off with some very decisive technical play. And Sam, of course, will have a game with the white pieces. He's shown that he can beat Sergey, and the match is very far from over. Sam is a fighter. He's shown that again and again. And let me tell you, Sergey is not relaxing.
Definitely, but I'm just thinking maybe we'll see a different opening rather than Catalan, like what happened. Because that's very hard when you are in a must-win situation.
Right, Catalan you play if, okay, I kind of want to win, but I'm okay with a draw here. Like emergency, no draw. I think Sam will play e4. Okay, or c4. Sam likes one c4 when he's trying to win.
Yeah, e4 against Berlin. I don't think he has. If he has some good preparation.
What do you mean? Berlin is the most decisive opening in history.
Yeah, and also Sergey.
It's been refuted. Sorry, go ahead.
Of his career, yeah. Okay, yeah. Maybe we'll have a look at the game that we're currently showing on the screen.
Yeah, looks like Kostyuk is just tearing Black's king apart here.
Yeah, this is absolutely winning. I think after rook e1, the crucial moment is Black played bishop e6 instead of the move bishop d3 that we have discussed.
Yeah, bishop e6 and allowed a very nice exchange sack.
Yeah, typical
Alexander.
one.
Yep, hitting everything here. Look at that. That king on g, it is so weak. No light squared bishop. Boom. Apparently still some chances here according to the engine, but practically speaking, I think very difficult position to play.
Yeah.
Bishop h5, and very patiently, Alexander not taking the rook yet. She'll do it on her own terms, and this is the current position. She's still got to be careful, though.
Yeah.
Where to go with the queen?
Maybe as simple as queen e4.
Looks very reasonable, just totally limiting the power of the knight.
Already the weakened king, 2 extra pawns, and the better pieces. That's all.
Completely winning. Yeah. 2 extra. Yeah. This is just over. If
it turned out that rook e1 is a good practical decision that even avoided some theoretical queen middle game that has a certain chances to get to a theoretical draw. Okay.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
But maybe it's a way to win.
She saw this entire line and decided to go for it. No, but I think in reality, this stretch, both players, very nervous play. Uncharacteristic mistakes by both players. And, you can totally understand why that happens in such a high stakes moment. You want to play with an abundance of caution. You don't want to put your entire tournament at risk. But sometimes as a result, you end up playing worse than you would have been if you sort of remove the fetters. But it's easy to say when you're watching from your cabinet and very hard to implement, obviously. So looks like Alexander will take this one but we'll keep an eye on her technique. Meanwhile, things
there also
continue to get worse.
Yeah, Queen E2.
That is puzzling. Rook E1 by Sasha. Yeah, this looks very rough now for Black. There's a really interesting detail, Yvonne. After Rook E7, Rook D2, it looks like Black gets counterplay, but there's this move Queen C7, multi-purpose. Defend and attack. And it's over because White's got, you know, my battery is better than your battery. And too many threats here for White.
Yeah, because you got the H file.
So what to do here for Anna? Maybe Rook C4, but this seems like a pretty miserable endgame. That Rook on B7, the other Rook joining it through D7.
Yeah, but still, you probably have to play this.
Yep.
Like King F7, Rook D2, maybe Rook C8. Give the pawn and play Rook C2 to defend this endgame.
So you're saying King F7, Rook D2.
Rook A C8. You go this rook. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'll allow it, but maybe you go like this and something like Rook G1. I mean, that's how these endgames are drawn sometimes. By the way, Rook C4 has been played. Yep. Rook C4 has been played, and the problem is these kinds of endgames right up Karjakin's alley. She's very good at, you know, technical conversions and also with 13 minutes for 16 moves, it is an endgame, but nonetheless, there's a lot of decisions she's going to have to make in a pretty short span of time. So this is definitely looking like a higher probability of a White win than of a draw.
Yeah, agree.
Okay, back to Kosteniuk for a second. Let's see.
You're thinking, or she made a move?
She is, let me refresh just to make sure, but I believe she's still thinking. And we can see Sam pacing on camera, probably reviewing opening files in his head, deciding what he's going to play. My vote is one C4, but I don't know where I'm getting that from.
Agree, C4 is possible. Trying to
C4
get
Yeah, C4 is a good move if you're trying to sort of avoid theory for the most part. And by the Queen G4, which probably also is good.
Yeah, keep an eye on G7.
Yeah, and of course, if Sam has something against the Berlin, then now's the time to show it.
Definitely, but already I think Berlin has been tested by so many top players in different generations, so it's very hard.
Yeah.
So I guess C4 is more like Daniel said, like he probably will go C4. That's good for we. I suddenly thought about, okay, you probably can give a question. No, that's exclamation mark for the C4, like the opponent you mentioned.
All right, like the guy in the club, yeah, C4 double exclam. But depends on how the game goes. It's either a double question mark or a double exclam. I remember in the last round of the U.S. Championship, 2017, I was playing Wesley, and he needed a draw. If he made a draw, then at the very least, he would have a playoff for first place. But if Alexander Onishuk drew, then he would have clear first. So I thought that he would try to beat me and just try to lock it up. And I was White, and I played E4. And I remember I was exhausted. I honestly didn't want Wesley to play C5. I didn't have anything against the Sicilian. And when Wesley played E5, I just remember the sigh of relief. Like, yes, I could force a draw against the Berlin. Of course, not the nicest thing to do for fans, but I think at this point, everybody understands why you would make a Berlin draw, because it's so hard to get anything. And the more White attempts, the more likely he is to be worse. So, you know, Berlin is just a disaster for White. Bishop C5.
C5 over the board.
trying to muddy the waters. Okay.
Yeah.
I liked Queen E4 more.
Sure. Okay, but here maybe just Bishop E3.
Yeah, trading on your own terms. That's a very nice move. Because now if black takes, you can take.
I think with the knight, but suddenly I saw Queen B2. And with some possible knight E2 check.
Yeah, some shenanigans going on here. Probably you're fine, but okay, no, sorry.
Oh,
I just got. Oh, sorry, I made it myself. I thought there was Rook C1, and I forgot this was a black knight, not a white knight. You got to go King H2.
Queen E5.
Oh my God, is King F1 the move here? It is King F1. Insane.
Yeah,
so these are the kinds of lines you want to avoid if you're Alexandra.
Just take with the F2 pawn to avoid all this.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Long variation, wrong variation. Okay, we are seeing some adjusting of the pieces in Karjakin, Shankland. We are going to, okay, so Alexander Karjakin is still thinking about taking the queen. So we'll keep you posted on that decision, but let's switch to Sam. They're both concentrating. A handshake is about to occur. Here we go. Sam in a must-win situation. Karjakin leading by a point. This is the second game of the 10-minute second portion of the tie breaks. If Sam wins this game, they draw the second segment of the tie breaks and they go to the third segment, which is 5+3. But again, we'll cross that bridge if we get there.
We'll see. And firstly, we'll see if Sam goes for C4.
Handshake. It's either C.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. I know Sam. You know, Sam. When I say I know Sam, I know Sam. And all right, I'm giving myself a pat on the back for that one.
And he did what? B3. Okay. Maybe he'll go some B3, E3 structure.
This comes from a conversation we had on a plane. We were both flying back from a tournament in Riga. And we were actually discussing what to do when you need to win. Because I needed a win in the last round to cross 2,600. I played E4, and Sam was tearing into me for that, even though I won the game. Said, what if you would have played a Berlin or a Karjakin? You know, C4 is a good move because you can basically avoid Queen's Gambit declined because you have the flexibility of not playing D4. So that's where I got it from. And he stays true to his word.
He's still holding the same idea. Okay, B3, B3, B6. Okay. So Sergey didn't went for this D4 that I think he get used to play. I think in some candidates or maybe, yeah, he plays some D5, this Queen C2, D4 line. But now he played B6, C5, very solid. He's trying to play the symmetric positions with this. Is this called Maros or what is structure? No, not Maros called. I don't know English. Like E6, D6, A6, Bishop E7, short.
I guess it's similar to hedgehog.
Yeah. Right word.
Or in Russian, it's just two letters, Yorsh. So it's easier to say. But of course, I know Sergei Shipov is doing Russian commentary, and he wrote a 600-page book on these structures. So he's probably the authority on what both sides should do. Now, Sam, one way this can be understood is what to do with the D and E pawns. Like Sam can go D4 at some point. He can go D3 and E4. He can go E3, D4. So it's complex.
I think he'll go D4 immediately. Oh, he did.
He did.
Yeah, because all the other things is just like giving the simple equal positions. A CD Queen D4. This is some theory.
Yeah, Queen D4. And of course, you don't want to give up the fianchettoed bishop. So knight takes D4 would allow the trade, which would be good for black.
And here's the variation continues. I think he'll play D6, knight D7. Or there will be some knight C6, D5, unlikely.
Or d5 immediately, but d5 immediately is usually not great in these positions.
Yeah.
But this is a big decision early on which structure Sergey wants. No, it's not that you're not talking about big mistakes here. You're talking about making the right. Yeah, knight c6.
Maybe he's hoping for d5.
Yeah, and Sam's got to be careful because if Sergey does play d5, this has the potential to just fizzle out very quickly into a symmetrical drawish position. So where does the queen go? That's as important. Queen f4. Yep, that's typical.
I have a feeling there's still some big theory.
Yeah, I'm seeing 30 games plus, and queen f4 is the main move. Now d5. Or queen b8 is also possible, trying to trade queens.
Ah, by the way, yeah, queen b8.
That's also a pretty standard move in these headshot positions. It's not always played in order to trade queens, but specifically here, you could try to get this queen off of its perch on f4. All right. And of course, there's the old reliable d6. But after d6, black risks being slightly worse in that structure. Knight c3, rook d1. Sam would be happy to see d6.
Yeah, he played d5. But this d5, rook d1 and queen b8.
Yeah, main move here is rook d1 by far. That's what Sam's going to play, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
And yeah, after queen b8, the scenario I'm talking about is could arise where Sam just wouldn't be able to avoid a bunch of these trades, and Sergey wouldn't lose an equal endgame like this. So that's maybe why Sam is thinking, are there any alternatives to rook d1? I don't know. Nothing too appealing.
Don't think knight c3.
Knight
wow.
C3. Trying to complicate things.
But d takes c4, you want to take back with a queen on c4, knight on c3.
Or maybe rook d1. Knight c3 has been played a couple of times. So dc 2 games, bishop d6 1 game, and knight h5. Okay, that doesn't look great. 1 game.
Oh, knight h5. By the way, I like this move because bishop d6 facing queen h4. So maybe knight h5 is making sense. dc bc4.
I guess I rejected it intuitively, but now that I see the point, it looks a lot more appealing. I think you're right, because I thought the queen could just move, but then dc ruins the structure. That's what I missed.
Yeah, dc4.
Sergey, though, he goes dc immediately.
Yeah, dc.
He's going solid. dc rook d1. Queen b8 and rook c8 is a pretty
common
standard. Yeah.
Queen b8, queen c4, rook c8. Rook d8 has been played.
Rook d8. Okay. All right. Rook c1 is possible. I mean, Sam's got an edge here. One gets the sense that he's a little bit better due to his superior pieces, but it might evaporate at any moment. Maybe you take and go rook d1, but that trades more pieces, obviously.
Yeah, just queen e8 and trying to wait for rook c8 or rook d8, because this structure, maybe you're hoping for some knight e5 in the future.
Right. If you could even tactically get to that bishop, you'll get a more significant static advantage. I think Sam will take on d8. I don't really see too many alternatives.
Yeah, rook d8 and rook d1, because if you go rook c1, he can take on d1, the queen e8, that's basically the same thing.
Yeah, it's probably going to be one of the two, either rook ac1 or rook takes d8 and rook d1. Rook ac1 keeps the tension, so maybe he'll gravitate toward that and give Sergey the decision. E4. Wow. Folds.
But that gives some knight g4 idea with h3, knight e5, otherwise bishop c5. But maybe not that good.
Yeah, it not only does it blunt the bishop, it weakens these squares I've highlighted. Knight g4 is a very powerful response, I think. Lots of these squares can be occupied quickly by black's pieces. Sam, we can understand his intention, but Sergey takes on d1, I think. Huh. He gives up the d file, which is interesting. He doesn't really mind that. What is his follow-up, though?
Knight e. Well, knight e5 is a bit tricky. Maybe knight e5.
Huh. Knight e5, queen e5, no clear, convincing discovery.
Yeah, you can go knight a4, but then queen h5. So maybe it's okay.
But I don't really understand, sorry, yeah, knight a4. I don't really understand why Sergey didn't go for your idea, knight g4. Why give up the d file unless there's a concrete follow-up? I really don't get this move rook d1 at all. Knight d7 also, and I guess he has some idea that he's checking, but get the sense that e4 is now kind of justified. Maybe still knight g4.
Yeah.
Maybe. Huh.
But then, you know, just like he played rook d8, queen d8, rook d1, you play queen b8. Normally we do not put the queen there. So if he wants to go knight g4, maybe we'll go immediately.
Right. Yeah. So this is very unclear. Now, and I know if on.
Yeah, if we go queen 8, maybe you'll have some e5. So e4 is a good practical try.
Yeah, for sure. And I know you find it is late for you, and I think you might have to take off, or totally up to you. I mean,
yeah, you're right. I didn't pay attention to the time, but yeah, it's like 11 here. So maybe I couldn't follow. Oh, by the way, 95 has been played. So
95 has been played.
Critical positions. So I'll probably check how game goes on, like not online with you, but yeah, definitely we'll see the results. Like queen e2.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Well, if it's always a pleasure commentating with you, Fan, and I know it's it's a late start for you, so I really appreciate your energy, and it's a pleasure. So without further ado, I'll let you take your well-deserved rest. Thanks again, Yifan, and when we are back from a very quick break, we will watch the continuation of Shankland-Karjakin, and Ben will be joining us. Thank you, Yifan. Much appreciated, and we will be right back with more World Cup action. Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup. We are in the midst of some crazy action here as Sam in a must-win situation. And we are now joined by Grandmaster Benjamin Feingold. I've introduced you as former world champion so many times that it's getting a little bit old. You know, that title's getting a little stale. Now, before we jump back in, I want to make one clarification. And Ben, you know I love you, but I just wanted to make it very clear. I didn't kick Yifan out. We have a schedule before the show, and Yifan, it's very late for her. She has an early morning start, so she asks us to alert her when it's 11 o'clock her time. Of course, it's always an honor to commentate with her, and she knows that she's welcome to stay as long as she wants. But I just wanted to clarify that this wasn't a case of, you know, kicking her out. I would never do such a thing. It's just the way that the schedule works. But Ben, it's I hope you don't feel left out. So lots of stuff happening today. I assume you've been watching from the sidelines. We have Sam now with an advantage here.
It seems like White's 5-0 in this match. It's good to be White.
It's unbelievable. And Sergey has done some weird stuff here. It seemed like he had equalized. Now he's in trouble.
Yeah, he's 5 minutes behind on the clock, and he's obviously worse. Much worse. I guess Black is not okay. If Sam wins this game, that means every game in the match White won.
This is crazy. Getting very scary. Somehow Sam has transformed this into a rook and queen endgame where Black's king is tremendously weak. How bad is this? I don't know.
Well, not only is it bad, but the time situation isn't good either. Sergey wants to checkmate Sam also. Queen F3. Everybody gets checkmated.
Queen F3 seems like obligatory, and he's just played it. Now Sam has to figure out where to put this rook. I mean, rook d4 would have the benefit of potentially being able to lift it, but White's got to watch his own king. Because Black's rook is 2 steps away from delivering its own checkmate. Yeah. Not sure.
Queen and pawn endings just seem drawn, so he's got to keep the rooks on. Yeah, I want to mate you, but I don't want you to play rook c1 check. So maybe he can play rook d7 and queen g5 check, and the queen on g5 stops rook c1. But I'm not sure where White goes from there.
Right. So rook c8, queen g5, king h8. But White has to win.
I don't know. Maybe White can just take a pawn there and hope not to get mated.
Yeah, he probably, or the rook could stay on the first. Okay, rook d7 played. Here we go.
Yeah, I think that might happen.
Well, Sergey has to generate counterplay. He can't just sit there. He's eventually going to get mated. Rook c8. Okay. I like your approach, Ben. Queen g5.
Wow, he played h6. He stopped queen g5. What a mean guy.
He's so prophylactic. It's almost like he was a world champion contender.
Yeah.
So many prophylactic moves, so annoying. And stopping queen g5 check, which is one of the key ideas that White has here. Refresh here to get the latest.
Looks like he played queen c7, but I wouldn't bet on it, but it looks like it. Yeah, that's where the queen is.
Trying to tie down Black's queen. Queen takes b3 would meet. Rook takes f7 now. But what if just rook f8? I don't know.
Oh, because you want
f8.
Yeah, then the b pawn's hanging if I take the a pawn.
The more pawns are traded, the closer, of course, Black is to making the draw here.
Although I could play rook b7, but I don't know. That's not good for the queen and rook for White to be so far away from the king. Probably perpetual. Yeah. And did he play? No, he hasn't played rook. Oh, wait a minute. He did play rook f8. He heard you.
He did. They've been listening to me all day. And Sam is definitely still better, but as Hess is indicating, yeah, h6, to play h6 in time pressure like that, a prophylactic quiet move and resist the temptation to go rook c8 is amazing.
I think he has to play queen c4. Keep everything in check. You got to save those pawns.
You do. Those pawns are the key to the kingdom, because you're not going to checkmate Black's king anymore. I mean, anytime
Not
soon.
until later, yeah. But the rook on d7 is better than the rook on f8, I guess. So yeah, play queen c4, Sam. Do as I say. Queen c2.
Queen c2, close.
Even better. Well, he wants to stop queen d1 check, I guess. So he wants to take on a7. Although
But the drawback is that it's a little bit more passive. He doesn't have access potentially to the g4 square.
Yeah.
So maybe black's hands are a little bit more untied here for some sort of action. Now, if I'm Sergey, I'm thinking about how to sack this pawn in the best way. Okay, I guess a5. He does not want to sack anything right now.
I think he played a4, but
a4 is nice, fixing the pawns.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, this is
crazy.
This
is very pleasant for white. Yeah, Sergey has to keep defending.
Yep.
I'm wondering, like, if some of the rook endings are winning. If I just like, I mean, if I take queens off the board and play rook b7, I'm winning. But if you play rook b8 and then threaten b5, I don't know, I'm not winning.
That's a very interesting idea. Rook b8. Then maybe queen can come back to c7.
I was thinking just if the queens were off, if I can play rook b8, b5 quickly before you play rook b7. I was just imagining queens were off, but
right.
That queen on f3 is pretty annoying.
Sergey's clock continues to bleed also. Sam has done a phenomenal job of keeping the pressure on.
Yeah.
Even if he might not make the very best moves, it seems like every move Sergey has to spend some time just, making sure he's not blundering some fork or blundering some pawn.
Okay, here's an idea. It's my idea, so it can't be good. h3, rook d4, rook g4.
Okay, it can't be good. Why is it bad? Because Ben
suggested my idea.
It.
So
otherwise, I would have said it's good.
Yeah. Yeah, if I said the engine says then
Yeah.
That seems like
dare I say that's the first good idea you've ever provided.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Might as well take advantage of the open G file since you have one.
And it also creates a little luft for the king. It's not the best luft ever created, but it's something. And it might allow the king at the right moment to escape from first rank checks and buy yourself some time. Okay. Sergey continues to think he's below 2 minutes now. Crisis.
He played queen a8, but
wow.
That's not what I would have played.
Well, now there's queen d2.
I mean, I was saying the queen on f3 was great. It was menacing the king. It was on the b3 pawn. I don't like queen a8. I assume he wants to get his rook act. That doesn't seem right at all. He played queen c1, same idea as queen d2.
It's funny, he's done that twice now. Like he played queen c2 rather than queen c4 and queen c1 rather than queen d2. But yeah, same idea. He's trying to drag black's king up to g7 where it's a lot more checkable. And this b6 pawn, he's got eyes on that pawn. That's the pawn I think he wants to target. Unless Sergey has some sort of concrete counterplay here with queen c8.
He played rook d8, I think.
Rook d8. Ooh,
yeah, then if you trade queen d1 check, yeah.
And by the way, Ben, that's the reason I think queen d2 was much stronger. It's not because the queen has access to d4. It's because it's also prophylactic against rook d8. I think Sam didn't factor this move in. Ooh, that's incredibly nasty.
He traded. Wow.
I think it's a draw. Queen h6, queen d1, and queen d5. This is going to be close. Sam is still better. He's got that passed h pawn now. But queen end games like this often tend to end either in perpetuals or in mutual pawn pushes.
Yeah, queen d2 was better than queen c1. You're right. Yeah,
because queen d2 kept almost a decisive advantage.
Yeah, I mean, rook d8 was a really nice move that Sam probably missed. Yeah, f3, queen takes
f3.
Never play f3.
Right, and why induce f3 this position? Because it weakens the king. Yeah. It increases the possibility of checks along the second rank, which might be necessary for perpetual, or to shoehorn the king into a less desirable square. Now it seems like white's just going to push the h pawn, hope for the best. But it's not going to cut it. Sam, that rook d8 move took the air completely out of the building for Sam. Sergey is only a couple of moves away, a couple of accurate moves away from holding this position.
Yeah, but I'm not, maybe he has to put his king on the h file so the h pawn's less strong. I don't know. Seems weird to put the king on the h file. I'm afraid if I play king f8 that you'll queen your h pawn.
Right, you'll start playing h4 and the king is cut
You
off.
play king f8, so let's see how strong that h pawn is.
I'm a bit surprised he didn't play king h7. Yeah,
Yeah.
I would be concerned. I mean, everything draws here, but Sam's got to go h4 and just close his eyes and push that pawn.
Yeah.
Here's the problem. h4, I'll take on it. a4, h5, I'll go queen c2.
Yeah.
And already black is playing for a win because you can never escape through h3 due to queen f5. Sam played something else. Queen d4.
Started checking. Yeah, he checked and yeah, he played queen d8 check, king g7, queen d4 check.
And unfortunately for Sam, the statistics now we're told are against him. In his 4 World Cup appearances, he's never made a comeback when behind. So, and this seeming increasingly unlikely, this might be it. I just don't see anything. b5 is coming fast, and black will have a pass pawn of his own. In addition to the threat of perpetual, which will become a lot more acute, given that black will have a pass pawn. White will be unable to block with his queen. Yeah,
No,
this is looking...
This is difficult. The only chance he has, I think, is get Sergey down to less than 30 seconds and hope he makes a mistake. He has a big time advantage.
Yeah, he's got to play for the clock. g4 is a very nice move by Sam, creating a g3 square for the king where it can sidestep the attempts to force a queen trade, but now just b5, I think. But then maybe queen d8 and queen g5 somehow.
He played queen b4.
That's much stronger.
That seems reasonable.
Sam needs to drag this out and get Sergey low on time. To me, but it's not going to happen because of the 10-second increment. That's a huge increment for a rapid game.
Maybe check on d8 and play h4. And close your eyes, as you said. Always close your eyes.
Right.
Queen d7, defending his pawn. There's more perpetuals, but there's less queenside play for black.
Right. Queen b2 might be a nice check to give, just to get white's king on a more awkward square.
If Sam wins this game and white wins both blitz games, I guess Sergey is going to take white in the Armageddon.
Right. That would be insane. Now, you know what match that reminds me of? In Tripoli, I think it was Tripoli 2004, Kazimjanov against Adams. Was that the final? I don't remember. But it was in one of those epic matches where white kept winning and winning, and they kept alternating wins. And ultimately, Rustam won. I don't remember at which segment, but it was. I was following that match very carefully, and it was epic.
Wow, that's really cool what Sergey did. Queen b2 check, queen h8 check.
Oh, my lands. The geometry.
Wow, hard to stop the checks now.
Using the entire board. That's a gorgeous geometric sequence. And he will follow the king wherever the king goes.
That just ends the game. Yeah.
It does. There is literally nothing Sam can do other than give up all his pawns.
F4 probably is losing. Yeah.
Yeah. No, Sam is going to have to concede a draw here.
Wow, queen h8 was great.
And once the clock is stopped, we'll go back to the moment where Sam had perhaps his biggest chance. And that was the moment he could have played queen e2. That's what you have to do to beat Karjakin. You have to find a crazy, precise move at one moment. And if you don't find it, you're flying home. And, that's the reality of chess at the top level. It can be a cruel game. It can be a rewarding game. And for Sam, it's a cruel game. He tries king e3, still trying.
Well, yeah, there's nothing else to do. You got to run your king up there and hope.
Queen h2 actually might be inaccurate. No, queen h2, there's queen d8, and at the end, there's queen g1. So Sergey just has to take the pawn in h2, and he's fine.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to...
Probably a lot of other stuff is fine, too.
He's going to check this about 8 million times to make sure he's not hallucinating where white's king is. There's a lot of dough on the line here. Queen takes h2, I think, is the simplest, because I won't show this on the board to disrupt the game, but in the end, black's got this check on g1, which would skewer the king and the queen.
So black's up a pawn. Yeah.
Sergey's going to take it. he sees it.
Well, Sam got a big advantage this game too. Trump, Trump,
Yep.
Trump. Yeah.
Of course, he sees it, and Sam just might have to force perpetual or offer a draw. Queen d8, G7, Queen g5 might be one way to draw. Sergey in a classical game would already be playing for a win with King h7.
Mm-hmm. He could still play
here,
for win after Queen g5, King h7.
Right.
Well, Sam wouldn't have gone insane in a class, and if he,
right, of course.
King to e3.
No. Of course, he would have offered a draw a while ago.
Mm-hmm. I must have jinxed. I jinxed Sam, man. After we unceremoniously kicked out e5. No, yeah. Then I jinxed him. Sam's still playing for the win, also known as playing for the loss.
Right. In this position, it is.
Yeah.
Contorting his pieces this way and that way, just trying to avoid a trade. Now, I think what he's trying for is Queen b2, Queen d4, and maybe miraculously the pawn. That pawn in game is lost. Queen a2, Sergey not even jeopardizing anything with that, not even allowing it.
He played Queen a2, right? Yeah.
You can just sense the pain on Sam's face. It's both of these players have a lot of fans, and one of the magical aspects of chess is that you can celebrate your guys' victory, and you can feel the pain of his opponent. And that's what we're going to see here. Sam delivering a couple of final checks, hoping for a miracle, but it's not going to happen.
Maybe Sergey will lose his internet. Oh, it's not an online turn.
Right, exactly, yeah.
Darn.
Wi-Fi down. King G8,
yeah, there's
very safe.
There's no way to win this position. Yeah.
Queen C4. Sam, everything is being tried.
Mm-hmm.
Queen A3, King E4. He's playing a pawn down for a win.
I'd probably play Queen F2, but that's me.
Yeah. And you got to admire, I think Sergey's probably calculating, takes H7, B5, F6, B6, E5, A5, F4. B4, F3, A5. But actually, white promotes with check. Mm-hmm. White promotes with check if black takes. I think white wins that pawn in game. And Sergey might be making the mistake of taking a little bit too long calculating that. Queen A3, King E4, 20 seconds. Sergey's got to be nervous right now.
I like white's playing for a win. That's funny.
Sam is just a beast for doing what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow he's keeping the game alive. And look at Sergey's clock. He's down to 10 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Queen B2, but very calm. Very calm. He knows he has it under full control. He knows what a 10-second increment is. And he can play on that increment until tomorrow morning.
Well, Sam needs some more tricks. Where are they?
Yeah, they're running out.
G5.
G5. Clamping down on black's king.
Yep.
Queen B1 check. The problem is if white's king goes to D6, black will be able to go Queen B4 and win.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's over. Oh, actually, wherever white's king goes, there's some very nasty. King E3 is forced. But then Queen G1 check, maybe.
So here we're trying to draw for white.
Draw and win at the same time.
Yeah. Man, that's a
King
tough
F4.
move. Queen E1. Harsh.
Oh, gosh. It's over.
Yeah, that's a tough
Sam
move.
will lose another pawn.
It's a tough move to meet. Queen E1. Mm-hmm.
It's amazing that one gets the sense almost Sergey is on the defensive, but he's not. He's already winning. He's winning a second pawn.
Yeah, he's winning this, yeah.
Sam's going to offer a draw here.
Declined.
Right. That would be like taking a shot, though, when you're winning a basketball game, and rather than letting the shot clock run out, you're taking that three-pointer.
Yeah, I think he resigned. Yeah.
And it's all she wrote. Shankland-Karjakin overcomes two must-win games.
Yep.
One in the classical, one in the rapid. He plays two masterpieces with the white pieces. One, a King's Indian attack game, textbook mating attack. The other, then he won another one with white in an end game. The second game he won was in a Sicilian Najdorf which turned into a dragon. Incredible tactics, trapping that bishop on a2. Then the third one in an endgame. Karjakin needed to pull out all the stops, and he did. And Sam Shankland is out of the tournament. Sergey Karjakin is in to the semis. And Sam, you can sense the anguish, but he's had an incredible run, Ben.
Yeah, great tournament and almost won this match twice. But Sergey played incredibly with white, and
he did.
All the times he had his back against the wall.
Yeah, he really did. And
this wasn't the first match he had his back against the wall. He had to win on demand in the previous match. So, yeah.
Right. Sam's going to be calling up MVL.
Yeah. Wow.
And the experience level, the nerves, it's those hidden, those hidden factors that influence the course of these matches. And Sam's black openings were struggling. And I think ultimately, if one can point to an X factor or deciding factor, it might be that. Sam is known for his opening prep, but it didn't work out for him in this tournament, in this match rather. But he cements himself well over 2,700. And, he'll wake up tomorrow probably, having recovered from the immediate pain and focusing on the positive as he flies back home to California. All right.
Looks like white's pretty winning.
Yes, I believe white is pretty winning with a move like rook d8.
Up, rook d8, yeah.
But how do you actually win the knight? Do you even need to win the knight?
I don't need to, but
you could go here.
I'd like to. Is knight f7 for us? Ugh.
How about this?
Ooh, you're so mean.
Yeah. I know. You could also, I could suggest the very simple takes, but unnecessary.
Yeah.
And, okay.
Even like an hour ago when I was checking out this game, it looked like Kostyanyuk was on her way to winning.
All right, and this is the position in Karjakin and Muzichuk. But before we examine it, we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we've got both games in the women's section still ongoing to determine the finalists. They're both pretty decisive, but don't go anywhere. We'll be watching the remainder of those games when we come back in a few. Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup, and we've got results for you. So, of course, Karjakin, if you're just joining, he has, through an incredibly epic match, defeated Sam Shankland in the 10-minute tiebreaks. And Alexandra Kosteniuk predictably found one of the 1,000 ways to win that position, and she has knocked out Tan Zhengyi. So Alexandra Kosteniuk's incredible run continues. She is in the final, and who she will be playing against is yet to be determined, as Karjakin against Muzichuk is the last remaining game. Alexandra is pushing and pushing and trying to convert a big advantage, Ben. Whether or not it's actually winning, I'm not sure.
This looks pretty winning.
But what about, I came up with an idea during the break.
Yeah.
Rook B2. Go ahead.
G3.
Rook B7.
Rook takes A5, and then Rook A7.
Typical.
Not even sure if that draws. I guess it does.
Probably, maybe it doesn't. Yeah, Rook B5. No, but Rook B5, Rook A4, Rook B7. I go Rook A7 again.
Right. No, I was going to play Rook. I was going to play Rook a B8 after Rook takes A4. I don't know if that wins, but it can't hurt.
It's definitely very unpleasant.
Yeah, it's unpleasant. Yeah, because
Rook A7.
Well, if I play Rook G6 and you play Rook G7, I play Rook H8. Oh, then you play Rook H7?
Unbelievable. Maybe you should play King H3 and do all the same things because then Black has an extra move G4. So that has to be factored in. Now, Rook B7 can be played immediately also, but Anna has to find that she's got 2 moves to make and 30 seconds to make them in.
You know what? When I played Rook A5 and you played Rook G2, I guess I should have played King G3.
Oh, here.
Yeah, I guess I should play King G3.
Yep, you absolutely. Yeah,
that way, there's less stalemates.
Yeah, these stalemates crop up out of nowhere. It doesn't look like it's stalemateable, but if you notice, Black's pawns are all out of moves. So let's see what she does. Anna's time is running out. She's got to make a move.
Oh wow! I didn't notice their time was so bad. This is slow chess. What's going on?
Yeah, but they're about to make move 40.
What move is this?
And
what move number?
39. Black's 39th.
Oh, wow.
Rook A8. Ooh, that's a mistake.
That doesn't look good.
That doesn't look good at all, but she wants this Rook C7, Rook A7 trick, and Alexandra's got to resist the urge to rush into Rook A7, Rook C7. Now, what would we do as white? Believe it or not, I would step away with my king.
No, that's very reasonable. Yeah,
And
you
now
could also
everybody
play.
knows why.
It's funny if you play
Regulate.
Rook C7, Rook A7, Rook C8. You could play Rook C7.
Oh yeah, you could keep
Is
chasing.
that a draw? I just keep moving my rook. Oh, maybe you can check, and maybe the king upon ending is winning, unless it's not. It's not.
Unbelievable.
That's the only way to. That's the only way to try to win is the king upon ending, right?
It's crazy. You keep following
There's
the rook
no
around.
other way
But
to
here's
try
the
to
thing,
win.
Ben. After King G3, Rook A7, you don't even need Rook C8. You have a better infiltration. You go King H3. Zugzwang. And now you don't have to worry about stalemate. Once the rook comes in here, the game is over.
Yeah.
So Black should probably give the A pawn, but then it's also over. I just think this idea of King G3 ends the game.
Yeah.
Will Sasha see it? We'll see.
Yeah, her king is too good. Get that king out of there.
This is like a Dvoretsky-esque idea. Very nice. Just stepping away. Prophylaxis. It's a form of prophylaxis. It's just prophylaxis against stalemate. Yeah, both players looking very intense. They know what's at stake. Now, Anna's the more experienced of the two, of course. But Alexandra has been riding a massive, wave of recent success. There was a point at which she was stuck in the early 2500s. And she's, I think, made that push, tightened up her tactics. And that's pushed her over 2600. And you can sort of see the confidence in her play. Although this game, there were a lot of missed opportunities for both sides. A lot.
No, this is very nice. Like moving the king to, backwards to G3 or H3. And that gets rid of all the stalemates because the pawn can move. Yeah.
Wow. She finds King G3. And once you see Rook C7, Rook A7, King G3 becomes relatively straightforward. relatively straightforward. That's move 40. I think Anna was really hoping for that stalemate trick.
Mm-hmm. I think she played king g3, then rook a7. Is that what happened?
Yes, that's what happened. And now king h3 is devastating. Zugzwang.
Yeah.
Or any other move, waiting move like rook b5.
Yeah, she'll probably play rook b5 because king h3, your opponent could check you at some point. No checking.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I would actually think the possibility of playing g3 and maybe later f4, like once you win the e5 pawn, could be interesting. So there's some comparison to do. I think both options are winning.
Yeah, she played rook b5. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks unpleasant for black. Every pawn's weak except the g5 pawn. 4 weak pawns.
Yeah, this is just like sort of a textbook position. Rook b5 played. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. Yeah. And Anna, well, she has 30 minutes, so don't pay heed to the clock.
What's funny is if I take the a pawn with, you put your, let's say you put black's rook on a2 and white's rook on a5. I think I just win by playing stupidly. Like rook a8, pawn a7, and then I take all your e pawns.
Wait, say that again. So you're saying
Yeah,
if
so
the rook goes behind the pawn.
rook a8, rook a2, rook a8. Yeah, rook a2. Now just play stupid for white. Push that pawn a7. Yeah, keep pushing it. Yeah, and then rook e8. Oh, but you can take and play rook. No, I should win that too, right? Yeah, this should be winning.
King goes around all these poles.
Yeah. And that's a pretty dumb way to play for white, but it completely wins.
Yeah, there's so many. I mean, I think the question of which pawn to give away probably should. I mean, it's just totally lost. There's very little to play for here. Once one pawn falls, the entire and the superiority of the rook is really what does Anna in here. If her rook somehow you switch the activity of the rooks, okay, she'd have chances, but here you're a pawn down and you have total passivity. It's
everything's
dead lost.
bad. Yeah.
Yeah, no good advice to give here. And of course, in the open section, we've got our two matchups set. Karjakin, Fedoseev, all Russia matchup. That is going to be very carefully watched by fans of both players. It's going to be a fascinating one. Immovable force, unstoppable force against movable object, kind of vibes that we get there. And on the other side of the bracket, some dude named Magnus Carlsen is facing off against Jan Krzysztof Duda.
It's the dude versus the Duda. Yeah.
It is. And students of modern super tournaments will remember that Duda was precisely the one who broke Magnus's streak of like 100+ games in that Caro-Kann. So there's some history between them in a good competitive way. They're both very gracious, of course. So the world champion will be tested. There's no doubt about that. Tomorrow, of course, will be a rest day if this game is decisive. If not, then the tiebreak will be played tomorrow. But presumably it will be decisive. So tomorrow will be a rest day. And then on Sunday, we will have the beginning of the semifinal for the Open and the final for the women. Yeah.
It's funny that a lot of complaining at the top level of chess from people watching is there's too many quick draws, there's too many draws, chess is boring. This round, the quarterfinal and the semifinal for the women, there aren't any draws. there's a lot of wins.
Very uncompromising 90% styles.
Wins. Like what? These are the best players in the world, but it just wins.
Right. And there has been some nervous play, particularly in the Castagna game. There was some mutual blundering. This game as well, White had a chance to secure an extra piece. But Karjakin has been she's been resilient, she's been stable. And, she's pounced on her opportunities to enough of an extent that she keeps herself going. She's very good at keeping the pressure. It's that quality we've been talking about that a lot of these top players have. It's the ability to keep, even when you're not playing great, you can still keep the pressure on your opponent going. And she's been able to do that consistently.
I guess the key to being it's sort of like the way it was in chess many years ago, but in women's chess, the key to being the best is have your first name be Alexandra, as we're going to see in the final. And it used to be, in the 70s, 80s, 90s, as long as your last name started with a K, you were good. Although that still doesn't hurt. It's still good, but yeah.
Well, Alexander, I feel like if you assembled all the GMs whose names are Alexander and Alexandra, there would be quite a few.
Yeah, that's a good team. Yeah. But even now the Ks are good, but not like before when, probably Karpov, Kasparov, and Kramnik were the three best players in the world for a while.
Right.
Kamsky wasn't bad either. There was a top 5 player. But yeah, the Alexanders are killing it. And this, I don't know what Black does here. This is just, this is not good. Yeah, she knows too.
Yeah. You can tell, you can always tell deep down, they just know. And that recognition, you can't quite hide it. Echkina is, I'm always conflicted whether to pronounce it like the proper way, but I don't want to appear pompous. So I end up bungling it every time because I'm like part, sort of part Americanize the pronunciation, but part do it in Russian. But okay, maybe I should simply talk Russian. It's okay.
Yeah, don't ever pronounce names correctly, or the American audience won't know who you're talking about. Right? Not Tigran Petrosyan, but Petrosian.
Petrosyan, yes. Tigran Vartanovich. It's funny, Tigran Petrosian's son was Vartan Tigranovich. And Ovich in, obviously, when you have Russian names, Blankovich, Ovich is the patronymic, so the name of your father. So like, for example, I think Boris Vasilyevich Spassky, his father is Vasily. And for women, it's Ovna. So if your father's name is Peter, it would be Petrovna. I don't know why I'm giving this random lesson on things nobody cares about, but we're just waiting for Anna to make a move.
I gotta write this down. Yeah,
there is going to be a quiz.
Darn.
But it's really tough. This is part of why Russian is such a tricky language. So, for example, the name Lev, right? It means lion, like Lev Sahis. If your father's name is Lev, you would think, okay, so you take the name of your father and you add Ovich, so Levovich, right? But if you're to a Russian speaker, Levovich sounds very wrong, and you change it to Lvovich. You delete the e, and how do you know that? You don't. It's just a rule. So Russian has so many of these.
Is that Korshnoy's middle name, Lvovich? It's somebody's.
Lvovich, yeah, Viktor Lvovich Korshnoy. Yeah. And the other name you do this with is Ilya. So it's not Ilya Ovich, it's Ilyich, like Pyotr Ilyich Tchaikovsky. So anyways, enough. But it's cool, we got the tournaments in Russia. It's about time people learn some very basic and very applicable skills, just how to refer to people. There will be a quiz tomorrow. Prepare yourself. Saturday morning pop quiz.
No, but I want to accentuate what a nice move King G3 is, and how hard that is to find for non-super GMs to move your king backwards to alleviate the stalemate. Shows a really nice understanding of the position, because now the black G5 pawn can move. There's no stalemates. Black is going to get in zugzwang and can't defend all 4 of those weak pawns, A pawn, H pawn, and then double E pawns. Somehow we have to defend all 4 of them, and c'est pas facile.
Indeed. But you know what this, okay, now I've got a mishmash of accents. You know what this reminds me of is that famous math problem. I'm going to bungle it completely, but it's basically, it goes like there's 3 doors and there's a prize behind each of them, and there's a big prize behind just one of the doors. And so the contestant chooses one of the doors to open, and then he gets a choice of whether to change the choice of the door. And apparently, even though you haven't found any new information, statistically changing the door will create a bigger chance of revealing the bigger prize. It's the Monty Hall problem. And I find a similarity here.
You sound like you went to Stanford.
I don't know why I would sound like that. It's a terrible school. But this move King G3 in chess, sometimes when you take a move out of context, you think there's no way this is a good move. You're disobeying the rules. The rules say that the king has to be closer to the center. You can only understand this move by following the logic, which is what makes chess beautiful. It's like you can only understand this move if you also understand that there's the stalemate trick, and that the purpose of King G3 is to create this extra move for black. So it's the only way to understand it is by following that logic. Otherwise, you'll just think it's nonsensical.
Yeah, and Eric Rosen's pretty upset that this didn't happen with, oh no, my rook A7. I meant to play rook A6. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's Eric going to do if there's no stalemates? Terrible. Yeah, I've discussed the Monty Hall problem with a lot of different people, and I like to read variations of it. That's the fun part, when it's like slightly different. And
right.
But I mean, most people don't want to talk about it and don't understand it and literally don't care. I was like, yeah, all right.
Right. They literally don't.
Yeah. They're like, what's wrong with the bad prize? That looks pretty good. So I was like,
right. Exactly.
Why do I want that good prize? Man, she doesn't look too happy.
No, but there's nothing to discover in this position. It's everything's already been said and done here. But yeah, that the passive rook is what totally destroys black here. These rook end games, you just really see the meaning of when people talk about, just evaluate the activity of both rooks, and you've got the evaluation of the position. Even if you added a black pawn somewhere, probably white still would have winning chances.
Yeah, basically everything in black's position is worse than everything in white's position. Pawns are worse, rooks worse.
That's
and
not a good sign.
Reason she looks so sad isn't because she's losing, it because you get knocked out of the tournament.
Right. Yeah, now her time is ticking down. I think that 18 minutes. No, but impressive stuff from Alexandra. Impressive stuff from Alexandra.
Yeah,
but yeah, there's a bunch. Oh, go ahead.
The problem with giving away the E pawn, like with King E7, is you're still on the A pawn still has to be defended or given away. At least if you give away the A pawn, you can try to hang on your other 4 pawns. Not sure you can, but you can try.
Yeah, you should definitely, relatively speaking, maybe you should go G4 here. That's the only trick I see. G4 and King G4, Rook A7.
There you go.
Okay, wait a minute. Seriously, how does white? I guess FG should be preferred. And then the king has this little nook on H4. Still, Rook C7, you can't get rid of the stalemate demon. And you know what would be funny is if white says, let me go G5 to give black some extra pawn moves. Oh my, I missed this small detail that it's check. So there's always possibility to bungle it, but this, for example, is completely winning. It all comes down to this. And Anna will stay in the tournament, right? She will be playing the third and fourth place match with.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I forgot about that.
With Tan Zhongyi. As we see Alexander pacing in the background. Yeah. Sometimes, in the old days, people would just resign here. The game would be adjourned. You get a call to your hotel room. Resigns.
Are you old enough to have ever had an adjourned game?
Never. I've never had an adjourned game, but
I've had many. Yeah.
I would have loved to experience. I think they even tried some tournament recently where they resurrected it in Bergamo, but it didn't really take off. I would have loved to try my hand at it. pull enough all-nighters anyway. I might as well
Mhm.
stay up analyzing a position. But the mystique of the, you know, we saw that in the Queen's game with the Russian GMs clustered around a board,
Mhm.
you know, trying to figure out how to draw a position. I guess that was how it actually was. I mean, the more people you had on your team, the greater the probability that, you know, were you the one who told the story about Dvoretsky being on your delegation?
Mm-mm. I want to hear the story, but no.
No, it's so who told the story of them? They were traveling to a tournament, and I'm trying to remember who it was. And Dvoretsky was in their delegation for some reason, because Dvoretsky had a trip to the U.S. where he trained with some of the top juniors,
Mhm.
and just the story related that this person, I don't remember who it was, he got a very bad position during the adjournment. He was almost ready to resign, and then sort of Dvoretsky did the stereotypical sort of ideas are here. So if rook comes b5, then rook comes a6. If rook to c5, rook to b7, remember to keep a Philidor position then and draw. And of course, all of that was perfectly explained, and the game ended in a draw. So you had a little bit of that, the understanding of the position would really come through. If you had someone like that on your team, it really helps. And a Jan, dang. That is a sign of confidence, actually. Oof.
Did Black
That was
move?
that was a brutal stare.
Yeah.
Anna continues to try to dig something up, but nothing is available.
She needs to stop the game for 5 minutes and have the ghost of Dvoretsky tell her what to do.
Yes.
Mhm.
And this reminds me of the days, you know, in the old ICC days, you would always try to come up with creative, when your opponent wasn't resigning, and and I suggest it kind of should resign here. I think you should try the G4 trick. But if you felt like your opponent wasn't resigning sufficiently early, you know, and I would even say this sometimes, and I felt bad about it. You'd say the resign button's on your right, resign button's on your lower right, like during the game.
Mhm.
But
she played rook a8.
yeah, rook b7, I think.
Then rook a7. Oh no, there's no stalemate. I'm trying to get
Right,
stalemate.
that's the problem. Maybe g4
Wow.
after rook b7. How about that order?
Yeah,
but then have g.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, rook h7 is going to be annoying.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, g4 seems like the only chance to get, you know, re-stalemated.
We stalemated.
I'm assuming after rook b7, g4 king takes, white's still winning somehow.
Somehow.
Yeah. All right, we're going to find out, because g4 is like the only move.
I think, and yeah.
I mean, otherwise, you know, what are you doing?
You could also try a different version. You can rook h8, rook a7, and g4, but this just gives white more choice.
You know what else is good after g4 is f4. Because oh, actually, that's still stalemate, isn't it? Oh no, it's not. Yeah,
e5.
Yeah. Now you're threatening e5 mate. Yeah, and now the 6th rank is open, so white has 3 juicy pawns to attack.
Oh, and everything collapses here.
There's every pawn you can take. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the problem when everything wins. We're trying to find a way for white to mess this up, but we can't.
Yeah, but I had an interesting discussion on the topic of adjournment and in Queen's Gambit. At this point, could I be forgiven for some spoilers? I mean, everybody have to have seen Queen's Gambit by this point. Who wants to see it? So the scene where where the game is adjourned and Beth gets a call on the phone, and it's Benny and his team dictating the moves. I had an argument with an interesting discussion, and this has probably been discussed already online. is nothing I say is original, but the question of, is it realistic to imagine that that could have happened? Because wouldn't the Soviets have wiretapped her phone and listened in on the moves? And it's the stakes of that tournament were sufficiently high as to warrant something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, the question is like, would that have, and even if that would have happened, it might very well be that what's exciting about the prospect, let's say they heard what move she was going to play, but the position is already winning. There was nothing they could have done. You can imagine the agony of all these GMs not being able to figure out. They know the information, but they know what she's going to play, but they can't figure out a response to it.
You actually hadn't thought of that they probably are listening in.
Well, that was very commonplace, of course.
Yeah.
For Soviet GMs to be listened in on, and the stakes for an American GM would be much higher. All right. So G4 play.
It seems like everything wins for white, but she's trying to find the easiest. But yes, black is still going for stalemate.
Now here's a question. Could white, no, never mind. I saw a nice mate, rook h7, king g5, rook g7, like this.
Yeah, what's wrong with rook h7?
GF first, I think.
Okay, because if I take with check, you have king g5. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
So am I still winning that? I think so. Yeah, I think that wins too. Because I play rook h6, king g5, rook e6.
Right.
That seems to win.
No, everything, but FG is so simple that there's just almost nothing to calculate there. Yeah, no, this is just, it's one of those situations. The only thing black could pray for is a stalemate, FG rook g8. But as we see, Alexandra deep in concentration. This is obviously not something you want to rush. You want to double, triple check this. One little mistake and everything is bungled. We're going to go on a quick break, and we are going to watch the conclusion of this game when we're back. The stakes are high. The World Cup is on. One game still remains. We will be right back. Welcome back to the World Cup, and we have a very special guest, Grandmaster, former women's world champion, Alexandra Kosteniuk, who is in the finals, defeating Tan Zhongyi in an excellent game today, is joining us for a quick interview. We really appreciate it. Thank you, Alexandra. Congratulations on an amazing tournament so far. How are you feeling? Can you walk us through the emotions in this win against Tan Zhongyi?
Well, I feel tired, but happy, right? That was, I mean, an interesting game, but not so flawless as I've heard, because she played very strangely in the opening. With this h5, weakening her king side, and but then somehow I wasn't very precise in the complications. I could have played a little bit better, and this exchange sacrifice that led to a fast win actually was not that, it was very tempting, but it was not at all necessary. Actually, when I was playing Rook E1, I was going to play Bishop C3 after Bishop E6, and I liked my position. I mean, it's very comfortable. But then somehow this Rook E6 idea came into my mind, and I could not resist. I tried to resist it for 10 minutes, but then I thought that it's worth a try. And
who can blame you? That's
yeah, I mean, her pawns are very weak, right? A6, C6, C4, E6, and it feels as I'm going just to grab one after another. And well, after Queen E2, Rook F7 doesn't seem to be very precise, but I played knight C4, knight takes C4, and actually I missed Bishop C5 for her. I think that was the strongest move, and I was calculating it, and I didn't really see what to do when she blundered. She played knight D5, and of course it's just a blunder in one move. After Bishop takes H5, it's over. And just a question of being precise. And well, yeah, but otherwise, of course, I'm very happy. I'm very happy to play in the final again, because it's been a while. It was my third consecutive semi-final in World Cups after 2017, 2018, and now 2021. But now it's not only the semi-final, but already like a step further. So of course I'm very happy.
And well, you're also over 2,500. You're gaining almost 50 points from this tournament, which is just insane. Do you feel that your vast experience in world championships and in the finals of the World Cup, does it make you less nervous, or is every cycle completely different? You treat it as a new slate?
Yeah, of course, every cycle is completely different, and I'm not sure. I mean, the experience can help and can also bring bad memories. So it's like it's double-edged, and you just try to do your best and hope for the best every game. And of course, you need to be lucky, to be a little bit lucky in some games, and in some games you need to play strong chess. So it's a mixture, and just a good moment when I know that it's possible. I know that I'm capable of getting to the final and even winning this kind of tournaments. But at the same time, it's not only up to us, right? Sometimes we need to rely on destiny and, of course, do our best and hope for our best. But it's very hard, to repeat this kind of result. So I'm very grateful to be here and now and being able to play in the final.
Yeah, I thought that was an excellent game, and I think you're doing well this tournament because you're in general playing very consistently well and punishing your opponents. And it just looks like really good chess, and very deserving to be in the final.
In the Alexandra's game, did Anna resign?
Alexandra win. Yeah, I think Anna resigned.
Good. So we're going to have a free day after all tomorrow.
Right.
So yeah, to Alexandra's. Nice.
Yep. Yeah. There will be a
Excuse
free
me, Ben.
day.
Yeah, I interrupted you. Yeah, you
No, it's
wanted to
only
ask.
about you finding out who you're playing in the final. No big deal. But Ben, go ahead. Sorry, now I'm interrupting you.
No, I was just, I mean, I think the two Alexandras in the final are the two most deserving, and I think we're going to have a fantastic final. And I mean, certainly good luck to you because, you know, of course, you beat me in our match pretty decisively. And I always root for people who are crushing me because then I don't feel so bad. So if you keep winning and winning and winning, I'm like, all right, I guess I should have lost all the games. So good luck in the final. And I think the two most deserving players are in the final.
Thank you.
Indeed. And I can echo that. Good luck, Alexandra, and congratulations on an amazing match. We won't keep you any longer. You've more than earned a well-deserved rest. Enjoy the free day tomorrow, and best of luck in the final. We really appreciate you making time to join us.
Thank you. All the best.
All right. Well, Alexander Kosteniuk is in the final together with Alexander Karjakin. And looks like we got Sergey. Wow, we got all the winners and vanquishers in our booth today. So hold your breath because Sergey is all smiles as he should be. He just won an epic match against Sam.
Yeah.
And he still has the energy for, to share his thoughts. Incredible. But yeah, it's Karjakin against Kosteniuk in the women's final. It's official. Karjakin has defeated Muzichuk with that excellent King G3 maneuver. And in the open semifinals, well, we've got all Russian matchup at Aseev against Karjakin, and I can't remember who's Magnus Carlsen. Yeah, some guy. I keep forgetting his name against Jan Christoph Duda. But looks like we're going to get Sergey for
yeah, hello.
quick interview.
Do you hear?
Hi, Sergey.
Yep.
Well,
Congrats,
I think we
Sergey.
can hear you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Amazing match. We were on the edge of our seats, and two times you had to win with white, and both times you did. Can you walk us through how you handle that situation, your emotions? We were just incredibly impressed with your level of play in those must-win situations.
Well, I was very unhappy, not because I lost in the first rapid game today, but because the position was very safe. Like I could do almost any move, and the position would be very drawish. But somehow I managed to blunder, and I was very upset after this game. And okay, fortunately, I managed to hold my nerves and to play more or less fine in the second game, and then it was good. Yeah, and at this moment after e5, knight d5, so he played
Queen C2, right?
He played Queen C2.
Yeah, here knight C7 is a big blunder. Yeah.
Yeah.
Knight B6 is because you take with the knight. Yeah.
I have seen this line with Queen D6, but I forgot about Bishop takes C6, of course.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, that's and the pawns overwhelm the knight.
And then when he played Queen D6, I already found this Bishop takes C6, but couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
Right, because knight d5, it just bishop takes d5, right?
Yeah, just bishop takes and she take Queen f6. Yeah, and it's
white takes all the pawns to check.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the game after that, you had some incredible calculation. But what I'm curious about, Sergey, is you had the dragon game, and then you had the second dragon game with that incredible move e5. So I assume you had a chance to check it because that was just amazing.
Well, it was preparation of my second. When I played my game, he was looking at the line, and then he showed me this idea which he found, and If the opponent doesn't know, it's very, very difficult to play for black. Just very difficult.
Yeah,
And
I mean, this.
I can say that when we exchange the queens, it's much better. Why? The question is how much, but basically it's much better.
Yeah, it was very hard to play in this position for black, and yeah, this is the practical pressure is absolutely
That's what I was
immense.
going to say. Practically in this time control, it's very difficult to play black.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, and the final game, you know, you
Well,
held up your name as Minister of Defense.
I tried to play safe, but somehow I made some mistakes. Maybe bishop before wasn't good. When I gave up the bishop, probably I could have played e5 or something else. And then it became very unpleasant. But fortunately, he blundered rook d8. And after we exchanged the queens, the rooks, sorry, it's just a draw. But instead of queens 1, queen d2 was unpleasant.
That's what we thought. We thought he'd play queen d2, and rook d8 was. I'm sure he just didn't see rook d8.
Yeah, I'm sure.
That's a hard move to see when your h pawn is
Yeah.
like that.
And you pounced on it
And
immediately.
somehow after rook d8 it's just a draw, so there is not much he could do.
Yeah, he can't really avoid a trade because your queen gets back to f3.
Yes.
And then you basically played perfectly in the endgame. Incredible match, Sergey. And you have 1 day of rest, then you're playing your countryman, Vladimir Fedoseev, who hasn't lost a game so far, but I'm sure your plans include ruining that streak.
Well, I just don't know what to think now. Now I want to rest because the match was very hard, and then later on we will start to prepare.
Yeah, thanks for
Right.
giving us such an exciting match. You guys didn't have any draws. There were no draws in your match.
Yes, it's actually a very similar match to what we did with Peter Svidler, but there we had more games.
Yeah.
I mean back in 2015.
Yeah, that's a match I think we'll never forget. And this one, another one to your collection. Well, we know you're incredibly tired, Sergey. Amazing match, and we really appreciate you coming in for an interview. And we won't keep you any longer. We'll let you rest. But best of luck in your next match against Vladimir, and have a great rest day. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Good job.
Thanks.
Thank you, Sergey.
Bye-bye.
We'll go on a quick break, and we'll wrap up when we are back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup, and another day is in the books. Round 6 tie breaks in the Open as Shankland-Karjakin advances to the semifinals, where he will face Vladimir Fedoseev. And the final bracket is clarified in the women's section as well. The matchup of two Alexandras, Karjakin against Kosteniuk. Kosteniuk, of course, very, very experienced. She's been there before. Karjakin up and coming. She's riding a string of successes as she defeats Anna Muzychuk. And Kosteniuk defeats Zhang Yi to get into the final. We've got some absolutely mouthwatering matches, not to mention the world champion against Duda. Ben, it's going to be one heck of a final and one heck of a semifinal on Sunday.
Yeah, we have a rest day tomorrow, but that's good for everybody because that means the players will be ready to play on Sunday. And I mean, on paper, there are favorites, but you got to play chess. And in these matches, anything can happen. We saw lots of decisive games the last few days, and I think we're going to see some more in the upcoming matches. Will Sergey be able to win a game against Fedoseev, who I always thought was a sort of a wild and crazy attacking fast player, but he hasn't lost a game the whole event. And conversely, Sergey's the Minister of Defense, and he's lost plenty of games. But somehow, when his back is against the wall, he always wins when he needs to. Amazing.
Indeed. We've seen a lot of shape-shifting, a lot of players sort of redefining themselves. Vladimir Fedoseev being one of them. Sam Shankland had an incredible run. And definitely, it's sad to see him lose. But what a tournament he had, what a tournament so many had. But only a couple remain, and only one can be the winner. And that will continue on Sunday. Do not show up tomorrow morning. Take your rest. Tomorrow is a rest day. There are no tie breaks. All of the players need rest, every single one of them, particularly the ones who played today. We saw how tired Sergey was and Alexandra. They're going to be sleeping in tomorrow. On Sunday, at the usual time, 8 a.m. Eastern, 5 a.m. Pacific time, the finals in the Open, the semifinals in the Open and the finals in the women's section will commence. And those are not finals that you want to miss, Ben, as you alluded to. These games are going to be incredible. Unfortunately, today comes to an end, but what a day it was. And what a pleasure it was to commentate as per usual. Huge shout out to Ho Yufan staying up late to commentate, and Ben, to you as well. It's always a pleasure. And,
it's my pleasure, Janya. It's really nice doing commentary with everybody at the team. And thanks to our producer also, who makes everything seem seamless. But we know behind the scenes, it's a lot of work, and we really enjoy bringing this to you people. This may be the end of my commentary, but you'll see more of Janya and the rest of the team for the next few days.
Indeed. And it's been awesome commentating with you, Ben. And so many people watching, tens of thousands literally cheering on all of these players. It makes it magical. And as Ben said, our producers, particularly Bick, doing an amazing job keeping things absolutely seamless. So thanks to everybody. Thanks to the chat and the audience. Thanks to the producers. Thank you to Ben. Signing off, another day in the books of the FIDE World Cup. We will see you on Sunday for the finals and the semifinals. Bye for now.